intending to say today. The speakers today on Saturday are intended to be a bit more of a workshop style than just talking to you style. So I thought I'd just walk through a bit of, just give you an idea of what I'm about to talk about, what I intended to talk about. But, really, I'm open to just having a dialogue, having a conversation, and having this be more interactive. So, whatever you guys want. I was here a little earlier, and we had a bit of an impromptu session with a few folks that were here at 9 as well. So it was really interesting to hear, for me to hear what they're doing in their operations. I think for them to hear what we're doing. And so, I'd like this to just be an open sort of forum for everyone to talk, but we'll see how it goes. We're allotted about 45 minutes, and I don't know whether we'll actually take that long. I don't have 45 minutes of talking to do, because I intended for there to be back and forth. So yeah, that's, I guess, my preface. People who are here at a conference specifically geared towards Bitcoin mining likely know a lot about the basics of Bitcoin mining. So I have a lot of information in here that may not be groundbreaking. So if it makes sense to gloss over, we can gloss over. But if anyone has any questions or suggestions, feel free to jump in at any point. But just to give you a bit of background about Aquifer. We are an industrial scale Bitcoin mining operation. We're based, our business is based in Silicon Valley, but our data center facility is in the Central Valley of Northern California. We were founded at the beginning of the year. We started out actually developing our own hardware based on other people's ASIC chips. We developed our own PCBs, and we were going to implement in a proprietary hardware model. And we did actually produce one round of hardware through a contract manufacturer in China. But then through a series of events, ended up buying some gear directly from a manufacturer, finding the facility that we're in now, and we sort of pivoted away from the hardware manufacturing side of the business. We've partnered with 2 hardware manufacturers in the past, and so we've actually got 4 or 5 different types of gear running in our space, but primarily 2, being Avalon and Bitfury. The key to our facility and really our business is, and this is why we pivoted very quickly, we found a facility that has over 100 megawatts of power, and our electricity cost is sub 5 cents. So when we found that, we jumped on it, and that's been the focus of our business since. We were initially funded by angel investors in Silicon Valley area, and we're at the end of our first phase of build, and we're looking to basically expand what we've got now, and we're in the course of negotiating our second funding round right now with some with our initial investors and others with new investors. And we're currently in the process of negotiating a major partnership with another hardware manufacturer to really blow out the space and increase our capacity. These are some pictures of our facility. So you can see it's big. We've got about 50,000 square feet currently leased, and we have the option on roughly an additional 250,000 square feet. Right now, we've got about 3 megawatts of power built out, and like I mentioned, we have the capacity for definitely 100 megawatts, maybe more. We're not sure what the functional, practical limit from the utilities perspective is. Our functional limit at the facility in terms of our incoming lines is about 480 megawatts, but we have a feeling that if we started getting that large, that someone would come knocking on our door. So, I guess, this is obviously a mix of a lot of folks who are doing operations in their home, maybe you have a small operation, not in your house, but outside of your house, and then all the way up to industrial scale mining like we're doing. My perspective obviously comes from that of an industrial miner, and so from the perspective for the question of how to create a profitable mining operation, that's what I know. And so from one perspective, I cannot speak really with authority on how to build a profitable home mining operation, but I can share a lot of insights into what we've found in the process of building out a very large facility, and maybe that helps. Maybe that helps you guys in the process of whatever it is you're building. So, like I said, we can approach this whatever way makes sense. And if anyone has questions, we're actually pretty open about a lot of the information in our facility about our operation. So feel free to ask. If I can't say, I won't say, but most things are pretty okay. So this is the part where, probably we're gonna go through this quickly, because Bitcoin mining 101, if you're already mining, you know this stuff. One perspective we have is on the term mining, and we're not the only ones that have said this, but from our perspective, we have to present our business to investors in order to gain capital. And there are some people who are already know the space, they understand the space, they're believers, and that's fine. But there are a lot of people out there who don't have a deep understanding of the space. And so we tend to avoid the term mining because it's got this connotation of like a get-rich-quick scheme. So when we talk about our operation, we talk about transaction validation. That's really what we're doing for the Bitcoin network: transaction processing, transaction clearing, fraud prevention, because the Bitcoin network fundamentally secures, or the Bitcoin miners fundamentally secure the Bitcoin network, and eliminate the need for trust. And another way we talk about it is we're a network infrastructure provider. I've read someone else describing Bitcoin mining as the Visa for Bitcoin, and I think that kind of makes sense. Blockchain basics: how does it work? Let's run through this quickly. Of course, going back to the Genesis block. The Bitcoin, or the mining process, adds new blocks which have transactions associated with them, and it's a public ledger which we all agree on in order to maintain the security of the entire system. Hard revolution started out back in the day, back in the good old days, people mining with their CPUs just on their old crappy computers, and then the arms race began. Moved to GPUs, then FPGAs, and now ASICs. And based on the current economics, it's all ASICs. Things would have to change pretty substantially in order for any of the prior generations to make sense to run now. This arms race has led to a real run up in the global network, which we've all felt. So that's hurt. But the good news is that it seems to have stalled a bit right now at about 250, and we'll see what happens from here. This is a depressing series of slides. These are the revenue per terahash. So this looks out, so basically 2 years. And obviously it was a very different story. The amount of processing power out there and the amount of processing power for a particular unit was much lower back then, but it still illustrates the point. This zooms in a bit. This is in the past year. Okay, so even as recently as a year ago, it was 5,000 roughly per week per terahash when it spiked in December of 13. And then this is the past 6 months or so. So in April when we started, the revenue was basically $350 per week per terahash, and it's now down around $35. So I mean, everyone knows that the inherent nature of the revenue stream is that it declines with time, given if you assume the global network is going to increase and the price stays flat. But we certainly did not model this degree of decline. So a lot of people are really in the business are hurting, and I think that shows with the flattening of the global network in the past little while. And of course, coupled with that, with this, is the fact that the block reward is going to cut in half in 1.5 to 2 years. So why are we all doing this? Well, it's still profitable for the short term. We all want to participate in the network, secure the cause, as it were. But we got to make money, and so the expectation, our expectation, and that of others, is that as that block reward declines, transaction fees are going to make up for that, and we see that happening in a couple ways. One, the increased volume of transactions, more fees, assuming the transaction fees stay flat. We think there's a lot of potential for premium processing as well, as adoption increases across large merchants and large operators, large payment processors, PayPal, etc. There may be some interesting ways that the mechanism evolves, where you have, I guess there's a bit of an analog to the net neutrality debate, and maybe there's a question of whether that's good or bad for the overall system, but we shall see. Anyway, there may be a change in the future that results in higher transaction fees, resulting in quicker processing. Another area that we think is interesting is the geographic distribution of the hashing power. There's been a ton of VC investment that's gone into the space in the past year or so, and the bulk of that is in North America, and the vast majority is in North America and Western Europe. And so to the extent that Bitcoin miners secure the network, without Bitcoin miners, there is no Bitcoin. There's going to be incentive for a lot of the companies that are being built right now to support mining in the United States or in North America. Because right now there's a lot of mining going on in China. We think it's north of, somewhere around 50%, but it may be lower than that. But regardless, the people who are putting a lot of money into this need to know that they're protected, and they're only protected if the network is sufficiently distributed. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but I think that there is significant value in having mining in North America, and I think that that's going to be a big boon for our business and for any of you who are operating here as well. We think that the global network, we've seen in the last week or two, the global network has sort of flatlined. We don't necessarily think that this is where it stops, but we do see stagnation coming, and we're hoping for it, all else equal. This is a look at the daily increase in the global network size. So as we all know, the global network has been growing all year, but the rate of growth has declined, which is a good sign. This is moving average data, so it's not quite as noisy. So that's a good sign. We also, just looking at what we've been able to find out about other operations, there are a lot of operations around the world that have very low costs, but there are also a lot of operations in the world that are operating at a power cost of 10, 12 cents. And based on our model of an industrial mining operation, if the global network hits 350, and it's at the time we were looking at this, Bitcoin price was 400, the profitability goes to zero at about 12 cents. So we think that somewhere around 350, you're going to see a lot of stagnation in the market, in the global network, and that would be a good thing. So building a profitable operation. So like I said before, my perspective is that of an industrial miner, but the first thing you need to consider when thinking about building an operation are the electricity rates. Like I said, we're sub 5 cents. There are a lot of 3-4 cent operations around the world on an industrial scale. Looking at the United States in particular, you can see that the costs are generally above that. Now, these are the residential costs. According to the EIA, industrial electricity costs are about 43% on average across the country, lower than residential costs. So this just kind of gives you a perspective on the challenge that we have in operating in the United States versus places in other parts of the world. Now, to be clear, there are little pockets that this doesn't necessarily reveal that have cheaper power. And you can see Washington State and Central Washington State, it's white, and we all, I think it's fairly well known that there's very cheap power there. But we operate in Northern California, where it's darkest color, and so facility with the right electrical rate and finding the right deal is crucial to the business. Power capacity, from the perspective of an industrial miner, having sufficient power capacity in order to build out large enough such that your fixed costs become a small part of your revenue is crucial, because if you're self-mining, you are exposed to a great deal of risk associated with both the global network and the price of Bitcoin. So I think what we'll see in this sense is a bifurcation of the market, of the ecosystem of miners, where you'll end up with this barbell effect where you've got really big players and small players and very little in the middle, because you've got, the name of the game is your cost. And there are plenty of people out there who just want to participate in the network, and that's awesome. And they may not be absolutely driven by their profit margin. They just want to participate. They want to generate some BTC. But other than those folks, you've got at their home who are maybe running a home mine, who have space that they otherwise would have had anyway. So they're not necessarily paying an incremental cost for their space. They don't have to hire staff, lawyers, et cetera. So their operating costs are low. Then you've got guys in the middle, folks in the middle running 0.5 megawatt of gear. Anywhere around there in that range, you have to get a certain amount of infrastructure in place, both from a power and business perspective, that unless we see another run up, which would be awesome, you're going to get crushed. And so that's why I think that you're going to see this continuing sort of spread in the miners, and you're going to see, we're already seeing consolidation in the space, and that's our perspective. That's why we're pushing as fast as we can to get big. We're about 3 megawatts now, but we want to get a lot bigger. The next item in the quest for a profitable business, from our perspective, is hardware sourcing. And one surprise that we've discovered is that being able to find a reliable source for quality hardware trumps price. The trials and tribulations of mining hardware, people dealing with mining hardware manufacturers, are pretty well documented. And going into this, I would have thought that it's a matter of going out and grinding down the best price that you can. But the reality is, I would much rather pay a little more to be with a partner who I trust and who I know is going to deliver than someone else. So anyway, that's just I think something that was unexpected and is crucial to your operation, because if you're waiting a month or 2 months, you bear so much risk in the interim when you've outlaid your capital to when you're going to generate revenue. It can destroy your business. Cooling's another big one, another big item to consider. This is a lovely air chilled or water chiller for an industrial air conditioning unit. We looked at something like this for our initial iteration. They're very expensive to buy, expensive to run. So anyway, this goes to the whole premise of what does an industrial Bitcoin data center look like. The traditional data center, you know, tier 3, tier 4, whatever, has all kinds of redundancy, has air conditioning, has et cetera, all the good stuff that goes into a data center. That's really expensive. And it's really important if you're Facebook or Google running a website that has to be up all the time. But in a Bitcoin mining operation, you don't have the same need for redundancy, so you don't need to spend that, you know, extra 50% to get that last 0.0001% of performance. So so there's sort of, I guess, 3 ways generally you can cool. You can either use an air conditioning system, evaporative cooling, or just straight up air, just ambient air. And we use the combination of evaporative cooling and air. We, for the most part, just blow air. We move massive quantities of air, and when it gets really hot, we turn on some evaporative cooling, and that pulls down the temperature a bit. And really, what matters is the intake temperature at your machine, and you know, we're in Northern California, and it gets above 100 degrees in summer, and we're okay. So I guess the point is that it's an interesting space, because I think that the Bitcoin mining operators have really driven a lot of innovation in the data center space. I mean, when Bitcoin started getting big, guys like Facebook and Google, they were just starting to explore air-cooled data centers, evaporative cooling, things like that. And I think that it's been really interesting to see the solutions that other folks in the space have come up with that have really been pushing the envelope beyond where, you know, all the big players with all the money with what they're doing. So, you know, we're doing it on a shoestring, and we're making it work. Another significant component that one may underestimate going in are the build costs. It is expensive so first you need the power capacity, but then you got to get the power to your racks, and you got to buy racks, and you got to buy all kinds of other stuff that goes into that. You got to buy tools to build the racks. You gotta, you know, you need employees. It's an incredibly expensive and time-consuming process to build, more so than I would have thought, to actually just build the physical infrastructure. And you can't ignore those costs. I mean, power costs are huge. Cost of your equipment's huge, but you gotta, you know, this is an upfront cost, and you need to have the capital in order to be able to function as a business and sustain the expense up front, and that's not cheap. And then lastly, the operating costs. I mean, obviously a huge consideration, but I think all of the preceding ones are a bigger concern, but there's a lot of things to think about in your operating costs, your clock rate. A lot of people, you know, look at overclocking. We actually underclock because the name of the game is cost. And when you overclock, it really depends on the economics of the market, the price, and the global network, and the efficiency of your gear. But what we found is that with the gear that we're running, as it gets towards the latter part of its life cycle, it's not even close to being worth overclocking or even running at 100%. So we downclock our gear about 20%, and we use less than 50% of the power that we would otherwise, or for portions of our gear. Of course, you have to pay for the space. That's not free. You need to have employees both to build and then for maintenance and ongoing work. And then there's just a plethora of other stuff you don't even think about, like lawyers, incorporating, insurance, security systems, security monitoring, you know, internet connectivity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the operating costs add up, but you know, they are the one part that you can control fairly well. So having said all that, the key in our view is really risk mitigation. We talked about how much risk you're exposed to if you have to wait to deploy your gear. The way we view an operation, a mining operation, is that it basically has 3 sources of value. The value of our operation is derived from hardware, our cash, and our BTC. And the degree to which those items, or the amount of value each of those items contributes, fluctuates depending on the overall economics, the overall environment. So the question is, okay, so we've got this sort of trifecta of value sources. How do we mitigate the rocky road, the volatility in lurching from one to the other. You know, the price of Bitcoin falling. If we have a lot of BTC and price of Bitcoin falls, we die. So there's a lot of things to think about in that respect. In terms of hardware, coming up with partnerships can mitigate some of that risk. Futures contracts be developed, and that's something we're seriously looking at. We wish we had futures contracts from a couple months ago, and you know, that would have leveled our revenue significantly. You know, today. So these are all this is the general framework though within which we evaluate. And in terms of risk mitigation, you know, for the self miner, you're so susceptible to external forces that it behooves you from a business perspective to find ways to sort of manage that and deal with that. One way is remote hosting. You basically can collect rent on your space, pay for your infrastructure build, and then at a certain point, you've got infrastructure that's built out at the end of a contract, and you know, maybe you deploy your own gear. Cloud mining contracts, same general idea, except you're monetizing. You know, you actually buy your own gear and you're monetizing that gear, but you're mitigating the risk of the impact of the global network and the price. Another interesting complementary business is virgin coin supply. It turns out that there are people who value untainted BTC and are willing to pay a premium for them. So as the miners, the only people in the ecosystem who have truly untainted BTC. So there's just another way to squeeze a little bit of extra juice. Another source that makes another complementary business that makes a lot of sense is running a currency exchange, because you've got to supply BTC, you can provide liquidity. The downside is that there's a lot of technical challenges to implementing that. You have to sell it to the market, but most importantly, there's a lot of regulatory challenges with money transfer, and you know, there's so much uncertainty in the general BTC space that you know, you got to be careful that you're not going to go to jail. And then lastly, payment processing is another spot that would really make sense to integrate with a mining operation. The problem there is there are a lot of first movers who have a huge lead. It's a massive investment of resources to try and build those relationships. I've got a few friends at some of the big name processors, and the amount they have to spend on their sales force is quite high. And you know, who knows what the actual payoff is going to be at this point. So that's sort of that's all the information I wanted to convey. But you know, in short, I think that the economics will continue to drive this bifurcation. The big question right now that we're all trying to figure out is like, what's the right ROIC? I think that there's this relationship. There's obviously a relationship between the global hash rate and price versus you know, the build, what's happening out there in the mining space. But the fundamental question is, what's the rent? What's the rent that a miner should get paid for operating the network? And I think that that's still really up in the air. Obviously, with the amount of volatility in Bitcoin price, I think it's going to be a little while before we get a good picture. But that's really what we're thinking about and what we're focused on. And the bottom line in our mind is lowest cost operators will win. We think it's going to be a war of attrition right now. And so doing things as cheaply as possible is the most important thing. It doesn't need to be pretty. It needs to be cheap. It needs to be safe. It needs to be reliable. But it needs to be cheap, because you know, there's going to be pressure. There's from a business perspective, from a profit perspective, there's pressure coming down from the top. And as long as, you know, it's like, you know, you don't have to be the fastest. When you and your buddy are getting chased by a bear, you don't have to be the fastest runner. You just have to be faster than your buddy. It's the same sort of thing. As long as you can stay below where most other people, the cost that most other people are operating, and you can weather the storm, and you've got the capital to ride it out, in some period of time, there will be a rationalization, and then you'll be in a great position. It's just going to be a bit more of a bumpy ride until we get there. But that's it. So Yeah. I don't know. We can just yell.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. There's some question, those of us who follow Bitcoin prices. To what extent are you holding, hoarding the coins that you earn? To what extent are you selling them? And do you have information about other industrial miners on the reaction?
I mean, we hold as much as we can, but the reality is that our electric bill is paid in fiat. I don't know that I have a number to say, like, percentage we hold versus we don't, but obviously as the network has grown in the last X months while the price has declined, our need to convert has increased. So we basically convert only what we have to, but that's becoming a larger and larger portion. I don't know. I hear different things in terms of the space and other industrial miners, what they're doing. I've heard people claim that they have sold zero. And maybe that's because they already had a massive pile of capital and that's what they're using to pay their bills. I mean, you can force Bitcoin down the throats of some of your vendors if you're big enough and they're small enough. But the power companies, they're going to go tell you to take a flying leap. So if someone claims to not have sold any BTC, that must suggest that they're paying with other money, which also suggests that they've got a pile of capital that they're not deploying, which also suggests that they're not maximizing the ROIC on their investors' capital. So unless it's their own capital, which I guess is fine, just strictly from a business, I mean, I get from a philosophical perspective and for the community, it sucks to have this downward pressure that that a lot of people perceive, and frankly makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think there's probably something to it, but the reality of the situation is that at the industrial scale, it's a business. You've got investors and you got to pay them, and so I'm skeptical when I hear people claim that they don't sell anything. Either they're lying or their investors are willing to accept lower returns in exchange for that benefit to the network, where frankly the benefit of one miner not selling their BTC is probably negligible. So that seems unlikely to me. So yeah.
You say like 5 cents consensus on. Is there any thought to in the future of producing your own energy?
Yeah. So to be clear, we're not actually in San Francisco. Our business, our office is in Sunnyvale, but our operations in the middle of nowhere. So I've worked in the past on renewable energy projects and modeling, and nothing I've seen would even come close to the cost that we're getting it at. So I mean, it would have to make sense. I mean, if it made sense, for sure, we'll build a nuclear power plant or whatever. Whatever is the cheapest, that's what we're going to do. We're always looking to lower our rates. We're doing that right now. Even though we've got a great rate, we're continuing to look for ways to improve that. But based on what I've seen in the past, whether you're looking at solar, wind, fuel cells powered by natural gas, the cost is inevitably in the double digits when you amortize the upfront expenditure. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing and try and squeeze more out of the electricity company as we get bigger and get a little bit more leverage. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the whole concept that you mentioned about having a reliable source, perhaps like a purchasing agent or somebody who can consolidate suppliers and handle all of the logistics that comes to getting actual working hardware to your operation at a timely basis?
Yeah, I mean, I think this goes to this whole bifurcation. There's an inherent advantage that people who are operating at scale in this business or any business, I suppose, just have over folks who are operating at a smaller scale. Power is one. Industrial power is significantly cheaper than residential power. And relationships with hardware manufacturers are the same. If you can bring $1 million, $2 million purchase, you can get a much closer relationship with a hardware manufacturer than if you're buying a few units. So I guess our perspective with that point is more about forging direct relationships with hardware manufacturers and building up the trust, both us of them, them of us, and that being a key to our business. I think, you alluded to the idea of having, someone who's a supplier, someone who's, if you can have, I think there's probably an argument for a business model where someone has the capital and is just, well, it's resellers, right? Resellers of hardware. And if they can build up the credibility within the community, they might be able to get enough orders, to get enough size, to get that steady relationship with hardware manufacturers. But the reality is for any business, for a hardware manufacturer, if you've got someone who's willing to spend $2 million versus someone who spends, $2,000, $2 million is going to get priority. So it's just, it sucks in a sense, but that's really what's driving the market.
But your company itself right now have those fulfill the demand for hardware. You have intermediaries that deal with factories in China, what suppliers you have, are you working with specific companies that manufacture the chips?
Yeah.
And custom stuff?
Yeah. So there's a lot of different ways it can go, and and in our operation, we've done it a lot of different ways. Like I said, we initially started taking chips from one of the chip manufacturer designers and creating our own gear. So we've done the gamut from employing a contract manufacturer in China and then importing our gear, dealing with customs, dealing with international shipping, et cetera, et cetera. So at this point, I think that on the industrial side of things, it makes the most sense to form relationships directly with hardware manufacturers. What we learned in manufacturing our own gear is that, we had a designer design our boards, and it's all fairly simple stuff. It's not that complex. It's all off-the-shelf components. But it turns out it's a real bitch to get components where you need them, when you need them, at the price you need them. And it's a really inefficient industry. So we've realized that we're much better off letting the hardware guys do the hardware stuff, and we buy from them. But if we have the credibility with them that we're going to pay when we say we're going to pay, we're going to buy what we claim we're going to buy, and that we're going to be an ongoing customer, that in of itself creates that kind of relationship.
And one final question.
Yeah.
Could you divulge the manufacturers that you guys are working with?
Well, the gear that we have right now in the picture, there's Avalon and there's Bitfury gear. So that's what we have in our space. We're currently in the process of trying to figure out our next steps. So we don't know. So I can't really say it's this company or that company, but there are a number of companies we think very highly of and respect very highly. There's other companies in the space that we wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. So we're very selective, but we don't know yet. Basically, I guess is the short answer. Okay, cool. Wow, we actually used the time. Cool. Oh, thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a 15-minute break because we're letting the other session come out. And then if they want to be part of this session, so if you want to get a drink, get some food or something like that, and then come back in about 15 minutes, I'll go ahead and start. Right?
Hey, Bill. Anthony.
I think probably dealt with a lot of the same people.
It's a pretty small space. You get, yeah.
Yeah, I checked out the LinkedIn. It's Big Power, which is pretty much Dave and Victor at that point. We actually did the same thing. Got the good food too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, Vladimir or Mike from Arizona.
No.
We did Nano Series.
Okay. Yeah.
Or USB.
Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it. Running ad, trade, so we've agreed. Yeah, so nothing crazy. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough because it's like it's the perspective of like, oh, you're saying you're a miner is so different. So I was like, it's yesterday, over, you know, have their own small operations. Everything I say, yeah. Well, yeah, no, our office. Yeah. Oh, is that right? Cool. Where do you? Oh, it is. We're not an incubation program. They do program. They also just run launches. Yeah, we got a guy who's what's running and what's yeah. To be honest, from my perspective, they're able to basically probably reinvent it. Probably on the shelf somewhere. But we were just finding this guy, really programmer guy, gets mandate for their business for to develop apps, software. So our goal is necessarily just that's our foundation. But it just so happened to be also new enough to do this. He just went off and created a magic app. That's about $600. Yeah.
Oh my God, are you with me, Trippin? Oh my God.
trying to get the presentation.
Dude, it's nice. That guy knew a lot. Bring what?
The
What do you think last night? I was dead.
so I was able to get it to like 120. The moment I plugged in the port, dropped to 7. I texted them. I sent the messages and everything. Messages at 8 before I could. I'm like, guys, you gotta go home because something's up. So did they have any documentation of that?
I had to look it up online.
So they had it online. Because if you use the 2 outers, just don't do the inners. Just do 2 of them. Goes to like 1. Something that's got to be driver software, something.
Yeah, it's just, they're SPX.
Yeah, I'm gonna have.
Yeah, sure. You're gonna be here.
No, I didn't know. So, I grabbed a stack of them.
Is there a white? Oh, fire.
There's like 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably
Just say, oh, it's not white.
This one.
Yeah. I mean, right now, this just sort of came along, and we haven't really had the orders. My main focus. Yeah, well, investor relations with investors and business development. Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, I've done a couple of them. But, to be honest, I ended up being at our facility for the last 6 months. I haven't actually been in touch with the community. But now that we're sort of done our first growth, in what sense? Like, I don't know. This year is pretty secretive, so I don't really know. Everyone kind of knows everyone in the space and knows everyone. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, we're kind of. This is us. Whatever. We don't disclose our facility, but other than that, we don't talk about the specifics of the deals, obviously. But in terms of what we're doing, or I don't see. I think sharing information, we all do so. But in terms of theory, I don't know. But I've heard rumors that they're at least at 7 cents per hour. Yeah. Just quickly, the thing is, the electricity. We have a grandfather degree that we were fortunate to find. So, but the electrical process, mostly for the single, but like build cost ends up being huge. You easily envision a scenario where you take 5 cents with a circular cost of 3 cents, another. So it really depends, particularly for power infrastructure. That's the biggest differentiator where you've got your rate, but very few places you can go where you get and even if this facility is capacity, adding that extra added the heavy power infrastructure. And so it's is the Evo single port thing with something. We're figuring that out. We're experimenting. We use Coinbase on it. We've done yeah. We're talking about this. I mentioned this Virgin. So yeah, here. Like I said, we've been just going down south trying to grow these things USG as possible. So we haven't done a lot of No. Well, I wasn't doing that. No, but oh, you mean like hardware with me? Yeah. Oh. Yes. Follow that. So so we are selecting how this there's of course there's a right, they're profitable at the right electricity. So there is some value, more than zero. But we haven't really, pushed it that hard. So we have to like it out whether we like to sell. But my suspicion is that we should scrap value being close to something. So, if you want to buy a picture of that one too, but I'd love to sell that stuff. But I just don't. They're all basic. They're all basic, which oh no, but it's the Apple and shoes are easy to they don't have it. Yeah, this is last time. Oh, I didn't yeah, we haven't really looked much at things. We're big folks. Again, we're business. We're looking at things. So whatever makes sense, we're willing to pivot. We'll rule it up and publish yes, it's California rack rates. I don't. Yeah, I'm totally going to say. I don't. You can get a state with like Haas, depending, what's higher and higher issues like I think on average. Well, actually, we would love since we talked about but we think that well, I did think about that. Yeah, depending on the. So it's all about the religion. And, there's got to be a point. Again, I don't care. Then I'm right.
prices are operating right now. Right now. And we're done. We have in terms of, so here's the thing. On one hand, we've got our machines running on. On the other hand, you have a better alternative where I can spend $100 upgrading the year, which is better. Leaving these running profitably, no additional cost, no additional tables running, or I guess if the economics were that bad, then it would be a lot worse than and we would likely swap it right here. That's something more efficient here. But realistically, I think that makes sense. Yeah, what are the two aspects of that? It's like based on what I'm
Therapies? Therapies number. There it goes.
Solar optics.
It's going down. I think it had that down. It's down.
Okay, yeah.
No, it's right.
Yeah, of course.
It just does.
Whenever you're ready, I'll
Oh. Yeah. And actually, the thing is, I just read on this. Oh, yeah. I'll put it back on. You have to do it as it stands. I know which, if you are,
We'll be starting here in a few more minutes, guys. All right, folks, I think we're going to go ahead and get started here. This is the building a cost-effective, highly productive mining rig, and this was very centric around alt currency mining rigs. We came up with this title. It was probably around February, so it made a lot of sense at that point in time to come up with that title. But what I'm going to take you through today is kind of what BBT is, who we are, what our mission was originally of just working within the crypto mining space, and just kind of take you through what the point of the altcoins were, and then I'll get into kind of what to look for if you're trying to build a alternative currency mining rig, and all those items. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So who is BBT? And you've probably seen the name around here a few times and some of the other trade shows, but what we are is we're a small group of computer and tech enthusiasts, really guided by myself. And we have a nice professional team, graphic artists, audio engineer, hardware fabricator, and pretty much what I was doing, which is project management. We've produced about 30 videos to date. It's all on YouTube. It's really focusing purely on the crypto space, mainly around the GPU and ASIC hardware reviews. We found pretty early, I mean, I was an early adopter, 2009 Bitcoin, had machines running, loved it, understood it, really wanted to grow it, but at the time it didn't have a lot of momentum behind it. When everything took back off in February of 2013, obviously got back into it. It was a vested interest for me to like get back into it and see, you know, what could I do to help provide and grow awareness in the Bitcoin and altcoin community. My background, generally, 13 years, Anheuser-Busch marketing, you know, marketing company that sells beer. Why can't I take those skill sets with some of the folks that I have in my center of influence and try to project engagement in some way? I didn't see a lot of that from, you know, Bitcoin Foundation or anybody that really was putting an effort to bring the kind of hip awareness to the scene. It was very finance oriented, you know, how well can we build something to try to get some profitability on it. I wanted to kind of jazz it up a little bit. So we decided to make a channel that was dedicated to that, which drives us into, with Bitcoin at that point in time in December of 13, you know, it was really kind of getting out of Bitcoin. So we really focused on altcoins. We wanted to try to get engagement from folks. So first off, what are altcoins? Altcoins are based on blockchain technology, just like Bitcoin. They're normally provide a different set of key features. I would think it was the original intention was like, let's try something different. Let's try to provide some other kind of value or, you know, point of the value proposition more than just the exchange rates. You know, there's a lot of altcoins that are very specific for specific tasks that don't really focus on ROI or any of that. And we'll get into kind of like, why would somebody do that and spend time and money on that? Algorithm and coin considerations based on hardware. You got Cork, Darkcoin, Vertcoin. You'll hear some of that later on today of the different types of coin that really leverage GPU technology, and then ASIC technology, which is really that script type of altcoin that's going through right now. So what's the use cases of doing altcoins, especially since the price has kind of been pulled out of the altcoin network, right, in general? Well, first, and you've probably heard this a few times from folks, was decentralization. The ability to have common people, normal people that want to just get involved into it. There's a real quick entry into it. You download a client, you can use your normal PC and start partaking in that event. So it's just not, you know, well, I got to have a huge capital investment to try to get into this space. You can get into it, get engaged, and get educated quickly through an altcoin. Go to the next one. Utility. That's a real key feature I want to make sure that, and I'm really kind of advocating for altcoins here, but I'm trying to bring it to light of what really these things can be used for. If you look at like CureCoin, you know, as they say, network security is hashing is good, making money is great, but curing cancer, Alzheimer's, Huntington's, preventing viruses, you know, design next level pharmaceuticals is awesome. What we're trying to do and put together is build a coin to securely ran by the crypto mined in SHA-256 and support cancer research. So they're taking the technology and trying to apply it to, you know, the same platform. You got Feathercoin, which is very local and grassroots. A lot of places in the UK that accept it. They've built a culture around that particular altcoin where you have a method of exchange in that particular area. That's good. It doesn't have to be global sometimes. If you get people engaged, you get them coming to a bar and discussing it, that's the point. It automatically will start to drive people to Bitcoin and other things that are Bitcoin. It's used as a good vessel for that. Again, everybody knows Dogecoin, marketing powerhouse when it came to a lot of things they do. A lot of it now is doing Doge Reddit tips, a lot of that. So it does serve a function. It still has a low point of entry for people to get into. And then you have something like Aurora Coin, which just trying to do something different. Pre-mined 50%. That sounds horrible. But their intention was to distribute that across all the folks that were out in Iceland, because the Corona, the ISK currency that they have is appreciated so much. They thought, why not try to build a currency and then give it to all the citizens to see if we can supercharge a exchange of that. I mean, it didn't go horribly bad, but it didn't go horribly well. But it was at least a nice touch to see what could happen if you try to interject a currency and then give every person that's in a particular geographic area an automatic stake into it. So, I mean, that's another use case. And then lastly, engagement. And I think this is pinnacle, especially when it comes to Bitcoin, that could be driven through altcoins, is get out there and get the name known, get crypto as an ecosystem known. You can really channel these altcoins. Dogecoin, as most people know, with the Dogecoin NASCAR, a lot of exposure to a lot of people that probably are not even remotely looking into cryptocurrency. You're talking, you know, middle of seeing it on a Sunday NASCAR race going, what is this, right? These folks are not watching CNBC, and that's fine, but it's getting them educated and getting them at least some kind of stretch into that area. You know, Dogecoin also sponsored the Jamaican bobsled team. Obviously, it's a PR campaign, correct? This is something that's cool. It's like Cool Runnings 3, right? I mean, it's to get folks engaged, get somebody out there, get some headlines, was a good use of that. And then you got something that like Namecoin, which is a perfect example. On March 20th, the Turkey's prime minister had a court order to place a disable on Twitter in his country, stating, "We will eradicate Twitter," he said. "I do not care what the international community thinks. Everyone will witness the power of the Turkish Republic." The Turks began using Twitter through the Google DNS right away, but then that got shut down pretty quick. For this reason, Namecoin, which one of its features and benefits is a DNS service, also controls a domain area of the .bits piece. Increasingly important for people to start using decentralized DNS servers. This was just something that was just, it was built for this, and then you had a world event that was able to leverage it, and that was through an altcoin. Can Bitcoin take some of these use cases and implement it? I mean, absolutely. It's just, it's good to see the efforts being placed on altcoins. And go. Just give you a quick algorithm breakdown, and then I'll start getting into kind of the main purpose of the presentations, which is GPU mining. And I actually brought some hardware for you guys to kind of, you guys can check out and stuff as we get through it. But just to give you an idea of the algorithm breakdown, and this was just a snapshot from CoinWars. There's a lot more than 153 altcoins out there. I mean, if you do some research out there, you can see over 500 plus that have emerged in the last few years. But just taking a snapshot of this, you can see that there are several active altcoins in different algorithm types, from X11, X13, NeoScript, and you'll hear some of those. And there's even some here that are talking about the different algorithms. The main key takeaway on that is these are not, some of those currencies are not mined on ASIC hardware. Right now, they're very ASIC resistant. They were designed to do that, to keep the large centralization of the hash rates, you know, down to where you could have the common person using CPUs and GPUs. There's a vested interest in that, and there's a lot more people on exposure. Coming from marketing, having my audience, the entire world, meaning if you have a PC and you can mine, that's a lot. It seems to be a lot better deal for me to get more people engaged and involved through that mechanism of having them use their common PC. So if you're looking to either partake or just see what it takes, or just hear what putting together a GPU type of rig are, the main considerations is your GPU, because that's really what's pumping out your hash rate. Your power supply is a strong second. And we'll get into some basic stories of what happens when you don't use good power supplies on that. And then your OS and monitoring. One thing, and I know a lot of people that are probably watching online and deal with, when you're dealing with altcoin generation from a mining rig, one of the things is it's not 100% always stable. You have to monitor it. And part of that's part of the hobby. I mean, personally, I like it because I like to dork out on it and see what I can accomplish and see if I can take it up a notch on it. But there's some people that are spending a lot of time to make that process in the entry level to bring the common person in where they can drag and drop and it just works. Still, there's a lot of efforts being placed to make that happen. Go through. So tools of the trade, and it looks like it did a little truncate here on our slide here, but you know, you got GPUs at various rates and stuff. You got motherboard, CPUs, memory, power supplies, USB sticks, your mining rig, which we'll get into kind of why it looks a little different than a normal computer case, and then these wonderful risers, which actually lift the graphics card out of a normal PC. If you're going to put about 6 of them together, graphics cards next to each other generate a lot of heat, and if they're sandwiched together, they usually shut down or you'll have some kind of hardware failure. So you got to actually pull them out of the computer case and put them to where they're evenly distributed with enough space. And then a range of different OSs that you can install from Windows, Windows 8, big A miner thing, which is a Linux extract of that, Ubuntu, and the one that we really like that we've started using a lot was Pimp, which was a very specifically written extract down from Linux that you can just download right to your USB stick, plug it in, and it fires right up. Makes it very simple for an entry-level person, and it's free. Can't beat free. Go to the next one. So first, if you're getting to build a mining rig, or if you're going to use your current rig to give you kind of an expectation of what kind of power usage they would use when they're running a typical PC, non-gaming, with a non-gaming graphics card. If you're going to do Quark or some of these things that are CPU related, it's about 230 watts of power being used when that thing's under full throttle. That's at the wall. So based on your PC, your computer's power supply's efficiency is really what it's drawing. But 230 from the wall, a normal PC mid-grade graphics card, you know, something if you bought like a Dell XPS or something that came with an already kind of gaming related graphics card, is about 420 watts of power for that one PC. Then you can see why people went to A6 with Bitcoin here, obviously with power requirements. Normal PC, high-end gaming, Crossfire or SLI, it's when you put 2 graphics cards together, you parallel process bridge them. That's about 850 for a standard PC. Now, we're still talking right now in the scope of if you went out to Best Buy or anywhere of these locations and just bought a PC, this is kind of the power requirements that come with it, and it comes with a power supply that would support that. Now, if we look at a mining rig, and I also put how much it is to operate per day on this, with a 6X, it's 6 GPUs in one rig, with risers and all that running on a R7 240. These are ATI graphics cards. It's about 320 watt for that entire system. Low school, you have 6 graphics cards, and it allows you to get into the space. It's about 85 cents a day running when you're looking at the national average on power. Then an R9 270, about 1,150 watts. Starts going up exponentially when you really start bringing in higher end graphics cards. That's 1,150 watts. I mean, you're getting into almost having a separate air conditioner running in your house type of power requirement. Then 6 R9 290, around 2,400 watts of power usage, which is about $7.75 a day to operate. Bottom line on the power supplies, don't cheat yourself. You need to have a good power supply if you're going to partake in any of this. Just for from our use cases, and we built about 60 different GPU rigs. We went through a couple cheap power supplies thinking we could save some bottom line on there, and bottom line, I kept replacing them. So get name brand power supply, go gold. That seems to be the best ratio. You have bronze, silver, gold, and platinum on power supplies. A lot of that has to do with the technology that's in the power supply. It has to do with capacitors and its ability to convert the wall power and what it's drawing. You'll see that on any power supply, and then efficiency. Name brands, we usually recommend EVGA, Thermaltake, or Corsair. We've had real good. You guys can barely hear me? Yeah, no problem. We'll power, we can go on to the next one. So GPU requirements. GPUs is a big range. This is like what type of ASIC you want to purchase type of thing. So this is a range of different price points and their mega hash ratings. So, you know, I have a lot of legacy equipment. So if you have some old computer equipment that you're like, you know what, I'm going to try one of these altcoins that I saw, you know, this week here. I have an old PC. It has one of these older graphics cards in here. What are my power requirements, and how much, you know, script or script in, and, you know, the script cha-cha that we saw yesterday would be far less hash rates than these, but it kind of gives you a range based on price. And there's a ton of tables out there and a lot of information looking at what is the best ratio, because you got how much power requirement versus cost. And quite frankly, these days, if you're remotely interested in getting anything like that, I'd highly recommend going out to eBay, sort by the completed auctions. This is good for anybody that's looking to get some used equipment, and sort by the completed auctions. That gives you, and then that have sold. That'll make everything go green on the screen, and you can get a good snapshot of about 2 weeks of what sold and at what price. So when you uncheck that and you're looking at current auctions, you can kind of set your price expectations. It's a good thing. I use it for everything, not just GPUs. If I'm trying to buy anything on eBay, you got to do it that way. But you'll save tremendously than buying retail right now, because a lot of people have divested because they were very centric on ROI, and they got rid of a lot of their graphics card hardware from March to May timeframe. So there is some out there. Bottom line, a lot of entry points and not a high cost right now to purchase this equipment. And obviously the big piece with GPUs is you don't have to just mine with it. One of the things I tell a lot of people, I'm like, step up to a higher card, game, do whatever, use the card for what it's intended, and hedge at night. Get some Doge, get some stuff that you can interact with the community with, get some Feathercoin, send some to your friends, get them engaged in talking about it. Use it as a vessel to communicate the effectiveness of getting into Bitcoin, since Bitcoin's price entry point is, a lot higher for most people. General PC requirements, you're putting it together. CPU does not matter unless you're doing something that's a CPU related coin. We usually go with sub $50. I look for Ceperons, very cheap CPUs, sub $50. RAM, hard drive, RAM doesn't matter that much right now. There's a few coins that create memory maps that will require more than 4 gig or run more efficient if you have 8 gig, but by and large, you want to look at about 4 gig. USB memory stick, if you're using any of the Linux OSs, so it's a lot cheaper entry point. You're talking $7 and you're running an OS on it. Or a small SSD, which now have came down to about $29 to get. And then a motherboard, and I'm going to pass that one around. I have it here. The H81 Pro BTC. This was a board that, like any kind of manufacturing from large companies, they get a vision, they start to build something, they have to blueprint it and then get it out. ASRock actually put a motherboard together, and in the description of the motherboard said BTC. It was done on the pure basis that, oh, look at this awesome, cryptocurrency thing. We're going to take advantage of it, building a motherboard that's very specific for the task, and they labeled it BTC. But by the time it hit market, nobody was using GPUs for this stuff. But if you read some of their forums and input, they were really glad that the alt currency market really grew, because for about a 5-month period, you couldn't find one of those things. They're $59 normally. Price entry point, and they were going as high as $200, $250 on eBay when it was really a hot thing. Right now, they're sub $70. Again, I'll pass it around and I'll explain why that board is very set up for this. But the other considerations, OS, using USB, the Pimp OS or Bant, free. You can go out. There's a lot of content out there. We have it on our website or on our YouTube channels, taking people through not only just building these, but installing these OSs, getting them on the memory stick, and then loading it. Or if you're going to use it as a multi-purpose PC, it does work with Windows 8.1. There are the software mining applications that work on that. And then the rig, you can go very cheap and literally put them in a milk carton. And I did have some pictures in there. I pulled them out because of the size. But you can go out and look up GPU mining rigs, and you'll see a lot of people that literally put these, you're talking like $5,000 worth of computer hardware in a milk crate. But it's really just to create that open air where you can put a fan on it and keep it cool. And it's very cheap. I mean, you can get one, pretty cheap. And or move to what we call kind of an efficient aluminum air design. We walk everybody through that. We have a couple videos there stepping everybody through a $26 option of building your own mining rig. It's actually a fun activity. I recommend it to anybody that wanting to get into this space. We have a pretty detailed video of there, all the parts and how to actually go through the process of building it. I actually built mine with my kids. It was awesome. The small scale, which would be just computer cache. You just want to kind of dive in and say, I already got a computer. I want to try out, one of the coins I just seen here this weekend. You can still use that. You just got to be conscious of the fact that it is going to put a lot more strain if it's like your main computer. So you may want to get something that's a low-cost alternative you know, spend that sub $400 and just have it for that one task. I guess bottom line of all of it, and I kind of flew through it pretty quick, is, you know, with building the mining rigs and being part of it, again, the point of entry is everybody. Anybody that has a computer, if they want to educate themselves on how the mining works, how all that works, is, you know, get into it. Talk to friends. Start mining. You know, just on, you know, you have a small computer that you can spin some cycles onto it. Work on some Dogecoin. Right now, a lot of stuff's being done through ASICs, but, you know, Dogecoin on a normal computer, in a week's time, you can get about 1,200 Dogecoin, and then you can just divvy that out to people. Take the cost side and take the, you know, the ROI side out of it and get people engaged into Bitcoin. And if you have, you know, a vested interest or a stake in Bitcoin, that engagement's going to go a lot more as a utility. So you're using it as a utility. That's really where I'm really kind of pushing. The engagement, and then whatever who knows what the possibilities. I mean, some of these coins are doing some very unique features, and I kind of look at it like a test bed. They'll test these features out, they'll get some engagement and some people using them, and then they'll find out if they're, you know, are they good for that blockchain technology. And, you know, that's something that then Bitcoin can then implement, or, you know, look to say, hey, that was a good evolution of what the blockchain technology is. And we have a sample set use case of the uses of those coins. Cool. Now I'm going to get into a question and answer. We're going to go through some hardware, and I'll answer some questions on that to give everybody kind of some exposure to some of the hardware that we use on the channel and what we're doing here. You can kind of open and pass some of these things around here. I mean, some of this stuff maybe you guys have seen, motherboards and stuff, but this being very specific, I wanted to kind of bring out, you know, the heart of what a GPU mining rig is with the here, let me get this out. Thanks, bro. You know, ooh, cool piece of hardware. So really what this is, the Pro BTC board, and the main reason why when ASRock built this board, they wanted to, you know, target BTC, but they built it to support 6 GPUs, right? It was designed specifically and reinforced. What happens a lot when you're putting a lot of stress on a graphics card, it pulls energy through the board itself too, right? So if you use a traditional motherboard and you put 6 cards in it, even if it had enough slots for it, it'll pull so much energy from here that it'll end up popping these caps. So that you could have the graphics cards being powered separately, but this board here was designed by them to have the little 5-pin connections directly onto the board to supply the board more power to support the GPUs. It was designed to do the task. And right now, this is the only one that there's a few other ones that people recommend that have used, but these are the ones that have worked very well long-term for us, and they're very cheap. But I can kind of pass around if anybody's interested, or you can come up and kind of take a look at just the design and stuff of it. We got, this one's a little kind of heavy. This is one of our old favorites with mining. This is a Sapphire R9 290X graphics cards. You'll see the construction and all that a lot more hardcore. You can see that it was really designed for the task. Heat sinks on the memory. This is just an example of the industry taking notice. A little lagged because it is big industry, right? But trying to design hardware to support the kind of tasks. So, you know, heavy cooling technology built onto this, triple fans, that kind of stuff. Back plates that are actually aluminum too to try to transfer heat. It's kind of funny just seeing the architecture being applied there. Let me try that one out. Then. Yeah, I do have risers too. Yeah, we'll pull these out. And I'll show it that this is another great example of the industry trying to build something specific for the hardware. There's some in here. This was fun trying to get through the airport, by the way. They're like, what is this guy building and why is he going to Vegas with it? Here, I'll drop this box. So here's a few risers, and I'm going to explain these real quick to you. So a traditional normal riser, what we kind of saw in the little presentation there, kind of looks like this. And the entire purpose was to raise the graphics card out of the computer case to lift that up. And one thing about GPU mining is the bus, and you would think, oh man, how's that big graphics card getting any kind of throughput with that little tiny cable? But in reality, what's going on is that when the blocks are being hashed, moved over to the card to be processed, there's not much data flow that's needed. All it needs to know is, are you there, or is the card there, and what do I need to process? And it does all that post-processing on the card and then sends it right back down the channel. So you don't need a lot of throughput on this. Now, there was a specific use case where the new NVIDIA cards that came out, the 750 Ti's, NVIDIA started to build a card that was optimized to do the hashing more efficiently, that their data channel wasn't really supporting these very much. And we saw that through a lot of our use cases when we started using them. We're like, man, we're not getting what we thought we would get out of them because we were using these single 1x lane PCI Express connections. When we used the 16x, which actually brought the entire channel from the board on the 16x side up to the card, it worked a lot better. So that was the only use case that we've seen, and that had to do with NVIDIA cards, not the AMD cards. But I'll pass these these are the older direct riser cards. And then you had ASRock again coming in, trying to be an industry leader in the space for crypto mining, and they actually designed a riser specifically for the task. This particular riser is a lot more. It had a little daughter board. It controlled the power a lot better. And it was actually channeling the data information through the SATA SATA connections. It actually has 2 SATA connections there, and all of our testing with those on the NVIDIA cards worked flawlessly. This really answered the call on those on that data issue that was coming down with the 750 Ti's and some of the NVIDIA Titans on the GPU mining. You can get these about anywhere, and they're a lot cheaper than they used to be. I mean, a whole pack of these things used to be $125 for 6 of them, and I think it's a lot cheaper now. But this is a daughter board solution that offers you know, a different piece there. I have one more. And then there was a couple other vendors that started making kind of a copy of that, that were doing it through USB. So now you have 3 different form factors for the same task of showing the industry's really trying to adjust and try to provide an efficient solution, where this particular one would plug on the bottom of the graphics card and have a USB connection that would actually do all the transfer of the data piece. Again, these ones also we didn't have any of the data issues with that. You know, we actually have an episode that we did that. There was a lot of questions with, hey, what's best? And if it does work, do I get any advantage of using the USB or not? And we actually did on the actual hashing, we didn't. So we were like, well, let's try to really test this. We actually did like what I call a game review. We actually downloaded some of the more popular gaming FPS counters, right? So we actually had all the 6X mining rig with 6 different risers in it, and just to see if any of the cards, you know, slacked any. And what we found was any of the USB and any of the SATA ones actually channeled even through the 1X at its max theoretical potential. It was as high as it would go. The actual cable ones were about 30% slower, you know, on the total, on the gaming side of it. But on the hashing, none. No change at all, which made sense based on, you know, the USB and the SATA are powered. Those other risers are not powered. It's actually pulling the power from the board, and we thought that had something to do with that, a little of that piece there. Let me get some other fun stuff. We got another thing that's real important, especially if you're building a lot of rigs, and we use it a lot in our videos, is we use a kilowatt to kind of see what kind of power we're pulling. You know, what's the full 24-hour thing. You can actually plug this into the wall, plug your PC. You can plug this into anything. The first day I got that thing, I walked around and was like, I wonder how much this lamp uses. It was actually a fun activity, but.
That's a great thing you're holding. I'm a consumer,
Yeah, so the question was, what's the maximum number of, you know, wattage that you'd want to pull from a consumer or a normal consumer grade socket, a 20 amp socket, 15 to 20 amp socket. What we found is you don't want to go more than 1,300 watts on that. Technically, you can go to about 1,650. This thing will start screaming at you, and at about 1,700, you'll trip the circuit, usually on a 20 amp. Most of the connections that we use in our episodes and stuff, we actually reran power 30 amp connections, so we could run about 2,000, 2,200 watts safely. But most consumer homes, you know, your house, your apartments and stuff have 15 amp circuits. So when and a lot of these rigs that you'll see that are higher end use 2 power supplies for which is, there's some crafty stuff that you can do to put 2 power supplies in the PC, and you can split that across 2 different circuits. So that's what we recommend. If somebody has something that they want to try to do, they have to split those circuits. But yeah, we'll pass this around. Again, this thing does volts, watts, and you can plug it pretty much into anything. And it is enlightening to see kind of what uses power and what doesn't. I know when I say I went around the house, I went around everything. I was plugging the fridge in, everything, just to see what it does. It gets you that conscious of what's using power, what's not. So it is a real good tool, both for the trade and for just normal home use stuff. Yeah, that device right there is called a kilowatt. They're about $30 online. They're really, really cheap, and they're a ton of fun to use. In our testing and stuff, a lot of what we found is a lot of people were concerned about how much sound is it putting out. So we actually got a sound meter to see how many decibels it was actually putting out. Because like the R9 290s, you put 6 of those, they sound like hair dryers. I mean, we actually pulled out an old hair dryer, turned it on, measured it, and then went back to one of the graphics cards. Mind you, there's 6 of them in there. One of them was almost the same amount of decimals when the thing's under full throttle. So you can imagine that, like, oh, I built this awesome computer, and then, wow, that thing's really loud, and then you go put it in another room, and you just hear the hum of it, right? So there is a sound consideration, so we try to make that in our videos and stuff to give people an awareness of what they're getting into, because if you do find a good deal, but then it's too loud, then that kind of, you know, it kind of sucks. Here, we'll pass it this way since it's going the other way. Got some other. He was like, no, I want that. Some other things, SSD drives. We got kind of a little bit of crap the first time we started doing this, because a lot of people were really advocating for the time and effort that was put into the Linux OSs. A lot of people, from the BANT and the PIMP OS, those are designed specifically for this task. So people were, you know, like, hey, stop putting Windows on the damn thing. You put Linux on there. So we look at it more kind of on a broad scope. Like everything I try to project on YouTube is for awareness. So I want to try most. People that are not in the space do not use Linux. I mean, that's just part of the game. So I was trying to give folks an avenue that wanted to get into the space, and if you're trying to build something that was easy, the piece that they need to know that you could get a small cheap SSD. They boot up fast, and I mean they're so cheap now. But you can use both USB sticks and SSDs. And then in all the reviews, how hot was it? How hot was it creating a room? How long was it running? And a lot of the reviews that you see that we do from the different rigs. And I mean, we do everything from R9, 270s, 280Xs. There's again, 30 videos out there that kind of show people through the different use cases. And we take ambient temperatures around before and after, and it has humidity, because humidity does matter. Because a lot of folks will be like, oh, it's winter, I'm gonna open the window, you know, the windows and let all that cool air in, and then your humidity gets down to some dangerous level where it creates some static electricity. You don't want to do that. So there is we have that awareness on the site, and what to look for. I mean, these things again are like $9, real cheap, that you can have in there if you have a mining space. It's a real good idea to have both the temperature and a humidity indicator there, and that just gives you that awareness. What else we got? I'm almost through the bag of goodies. And then another aspect, again, more towards the temperature thing, was very specific to the component temperature of things. So we got actually one of these little readers that actually allows me to, you know, turn on and target a specific area and then get a readout of how hot that is. A lot of things with the graphics cards, even when you have them spread apart sometimes, is that the VRMs, which is the voltage regulation modules that are really being stressed, will get to really dangerous levels. And unfortunately, a lot of that, the tech that's out there in the OSs do not tell you the VRM temperature. So people are thinking, oh, I'm good. It's running at 70 Celsius on the card, but your VRMs are sitting at 109 Celsius. We all know 100 Celsius you boil water with. So 109 is nothing. Nothing's good at that temperature. So you do not want your stuff at that. So this gives you kind of a quick indicator. We try to do it for people because we know folks are not going to go out and buy all out of this stuff. So we were trying to look at, like, if we're trying to advocate for this, let's try to give everybody enough information that makes a good, smart decision based on their situation, be it an apartment, be it a house, whatever their situation is, whatever price point it is, that they have enough information to make an educated decision. You know, and there's a lot of forums and a lot of other content than us that are out there, but it's all done usually on a forum or a chat based. And I wanted to try to bring it to video because, you know, video proof and you're watching me do it usually kind of resonates a lot better than just somebody saying something on a forum. Let's just see this. Check what the temperature of that water is or something. I think we're about through the little show and tell piece here. Some of the other last bits here. We have a little tester for power supply, and I think that was about it there. Let me see a heat sink piece there. So going through a lot of different power supplies and stuff, if power supply is working or not, and what kind of if you're actually stressing it or not. So another cool tool for that we'll put on the channel just to show people, you know, how the performance of stuff is. But again, you know, I try to fly through it and keep us on time here. But I mean, let's get into some question and answer now that we went through some of the stuff. So the little reader there, about another $39. And ironically, most of this stuff was bought on Overstock, shameless plug for them, and Tiger Direct because they accept Bitcoin. We want to try to keep that ecosystem going. A lot of the channel creation and the content there was bought with Bitcoin. Being an early adopter, I wanted to try to get some, you know, back into the system. So that's what created the channel. We created the channel in December. At a very high peak time, was able to liquidate some Bitcoin at about $1,160, so it was pretty good. And we built and bought a lot of equipment to help try to educate people. So we try to use the ecosystem there. A lot of the meters and the different data point stuff, like the temperature gauge and all that stuff, came after in some of our other videos because it was just user feedback. Like, hey, it's cool that you're building this awesome stuff, but what's the power? What's the meat and potatoes of what you're doing? They wanted to know that information. So the moment Overstock started accepting it, we went on there and purchased it. So you could probably purchase it cheaper in other places, but you know, we were trying to keep the industry going. Yeah, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the question was using two power supplies on a mining rig. Do you have to do that? And if you do, how do you do that? So it all has to do with how many graphics cards you have in the computer and how much their power draw is. The traditional power supplies, and it also has to do how many adapters they have for. If you look, when we were passing the graphics card around, you could see the adapters at the top that needed the PCI express expansion power sources. A lot of graphics cards and power supplies were not equipped to do what we were doing with the hardware. So a lot of the power supplies didn't come with enough adapters to supply a 6-card rig. I mean, none of these companies are like, somebody's going to go buy 6 of these, right? I mean, some of these graphics cards are, you know, $600+ a piece. So they're like, there's no way somebody would buy. I mean, we could barely get people to buy 2. Now, much to the surprise of the graphics card companies, they were very happy, obviously. Why wouldn't they be that people are buying 6 at a time? But it presented an issue where even if you had enough power and wattage, and there's some companies out there, LEPA and a few others that make 1,600, 1,800 watt power supplies, but they still don't have enough adapters to actually run the actual all those cards. So you really have to split it on those like R9 290 and 290Xs that use 2,400 watts to put 2 of them in there. So the way you kind of do that is what I would call kind of a hardware hack. And on the power supply main connector that you plug into the motherboard, there's a green wire. There's only one of them on that little connector. In there, as long as you connect that green wire with one of the black ones, it allows you to control the power supply's turn on from the actual adapter on the power supply, the on-off button on the power supply. So you have to get a small pin. We use like a paper clip is real good. Cut it down to size, bend it, and you actually connect obviously don't have it plugged in when you're doing it. Like, don't plug it into the wall when you're doing this. Safety, safety first. Plug that into between that green and that black connection, and now we use like tape to cover it up, the electrical tape. And then you can wrap that up and then put that into a machine. What it allows you to do is put two of them next to each other and then just use the actual additional power sources for the graphics cards from that power supply. I'm getting the, looks like I'm going to be called off here in a second here. Do we have any more questions? Yep. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to post the presentation and to be out there. We're live streaming the actual entire day in this room. Underneath that and on day one, because I know some people have asked online, we are going to get the presentations actually from Justina, and we're going to put those in the description with links. So we're going to get them out on Google Share, and we're going to put all the presentations from all the day's events in there, and that ours will be included on there too. The videos are available actually right now. Last night's video is actually out there. Props to CoinDesk. CoinDesk actually made a post on it today on their website. It's actually under the mining section. They have day one already out there. They're linking back to our video. Our video automatically posts online immediately after it's done. So it's out there. And then I'm going to come back through and then put those little kind of key points throughout the video within the description that you can kind of jump to the different segments for the days. That's kind of what we're doing to help out with Hashers United here. So we'll have that in for out there too. Anybody got any questions? We can take it offline too. I'm here. I'm up in the front, and I'll be back in the networking area if you have any questions or configurations. Oh, one more. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, the 1600 watt power supply is LEPA. Yep, correct. Yep, they're out there. All right, I think I'm getting we're good. Oh yeah, I'm gonna end it with a 1-minute video real quick. This is just one of our production that we put together, and we call it the Odal to Cryptocurrency. You can kind of see what we kind of put together. Yeah, let's hit play. And that's what we have.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. We are going for a coffee break now, and in this room after coffee will be Jim Thompson talking about how you can use the blockchain and other innovative techniques to monitor mining performance. And in the other room, we're going to be doing some hardware hackery and pulling apart grid seeds so you can get some more efficiency out of your miners. And so both of those sessions are starting at 12:15. So Jim Thompson in this room and Marshall Long in the other room doing the hardware hacking. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the triple feeds. A lot more. This is actually oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I see you actually. Since you use on one of these boards, there are some of the we did have there was a time. Try to get really so you are your minute. Trying to play 6. That's why you good setup. Yeah, there are 4. I think the MS I think you're talking like that. That was a PowerPoint. So just when you're doing a lot of stuff, we were under the but it's just yeah, we tried, you know, it's funny is that they don't want to get into a larger unit that they actually but that was one of these everybody that's a great question, but you know, it was allowing me to get that's why I keep they were very interested because how could we integrate our business model? They didn't want to alienate. Crazy always look at their stuff. Sometimes it's this, you know, they didn't want to use it, but they didn't want to also I mean, you go time frame, you know, in videos, wrong because we're
Yeah, and it was, and their teams were amazing at the time. Yeah, it just, I mean, we did, I mean, I mean, I think it's a very strong marketing background. Finance. It was an exciting space. I got the best chance to say nothing hurt. So tried to just go out and everybody kind of realized my percent was out. I was like, that's not it. So I was like, trust now. You know, we bought a lot of hardware from there. Also, A&D actually free stuff, right? You know, they're like, well, some of our stuff is Chicago. So we're actually wasn't a reseller. They sent it to some hardware. It just doesn't work. Because people don't care about one, they want to see six. So it was like pulling team to try to get deals and try to, you know, I need 6 20 pros for this. They have a really hard to send it out. If you ever get some so I'm hard to get that. You guys already have some just trying to you're able to work something different. Some of the hardware, but they want to see something. So our surprise loop was like, it was, I mean, for price point at the time, I was like, you know, you can buy an R9 280X. We ended up doing that. My mind. 600 things, 230. I'm like, wow, that's, you know, the start looking at the ratio. Yeah. That's the form factor. So this one, you do about 94. 325. This thing by itself is 25 pounds. Last model form factor. No external connections. And like these things barely perform. So you can have right next to each other. It's small. This thing is 100%. And then slip it in. Not you know, you did that. There's my cheese. We get in one of these to get into the, you know, share. Actually, magically everything starts to go off. We did, I think, episode 14 or 13, we did you have so many. Okay.
All right, we're gonna have a hardware hacking session in about 10 minutes in the room closest to the back doors, and everybody who comes will get a free miner. It's not super fancy, I'll warn you. It's a grid seed 5 chip, but we're gonna have some fun doing it.
chart for all the stuff that you did. So like all the content that we have, you guys can use it. So we're not, it's confusing. Oh, media, we're selling that. No, not only that. That's the social media. About every 2 weeks, just depending. We're trying to step up. So, you know, we're I try to script everything out. It sounds good. That's pretty much the one that we some of those things you get stop doing it, shut down the wall computers, just move all the other computers, got rid of them and on other stuff. And I mean, obviously, you're engaged me, and I kind of watched it, right? And when I was like, we got awareness going. That was kind of
I don't have the invitation, so.
Yeah.
So you can hold the mic. Oh, where's he wants to have if you want to walk around or not.
It is actually all
Okay.
you go to this website, it's all yeah, we've been kind of tweeting it on Twitter and trying to get it out there on social media side. Just try to
Are you okay with that?
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Cool.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming to Hashers United. My name is Jim Thompson. I am with Pavillion.io. We are a blockchain company, a company that uses the blockchain to maximize efficiencies and cut out middlemen. But today I am here to engage you as a hasher in good faith and to talk about hashing and specifically hashing, cloud hashing and hosted mining security. And how you might use blockchain and other innovative techniques to, to secure your investments. Now, more and more we see there's a trend that people are buying less physical equipment to put in their house, especially with respect to SHA 256 mining, and people are more and more they don't want to keep them in their house, or it's not practical. They want to invest in cloud mining. They want to invest in hosted mining, and that's great. And that it serves there's mining centralization, and then you've got a decentralized masses that now have more opportunity to invest in a little bit of hashing power, and to reap the benefits of economies of scale that they could not otherwise benefit from by mining themselves. So I'd like to keep this this talk a bit informal, and if you guys have any questions, just or want to jump in, or have a comment, just toss your hand up and or just speak up. But essentially, I just want to talk about mining and when you invest in a piece of mining equipment, or when you invest in hashing power on the cloud, why would you do that? Anybody? Why do you mine? Why does anyone mine? Why do we all mine? Why? But why does it make sense? ROI, right? Everyone is chasing ROI. Whether your goal is long-term ROI, short-term ROI, you want ROI. So why not just put your dollars or put your Bitcoins into whatever coin that you think is good, or whatever coin you think is going to go up in value the next day? Why invest in a mining service? Oh, sorry. Like I mentioned, economies of scale. Maybe you don't have $1,000 for terahash miner, but you can invest $50 into a hashlet, or on some other cloud mining service. So when you invest in these products, though, rather than choosing to invest in the currency itself, let's say, for example, let's say Bitcoin. You want to make sure that you have the same benefits of the decentralized currency as much as possible. So why is the Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency good? And what makes that good? Anybody? A little participation here? I think it's the decentralized ledger and the peer-to-peer nature of the transactions that have, that certainly captured my interest in cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, and likely your all's too. And the security that comes from holding the coin in your secure wallet, and that only you've got your key, only you can release the coin. So when you send that coin to Zeus Miner, or you send that coin to Cloud Profit, what do you want to see in the equipment that you're buying on cloud mining? Ideally, you want to see some assurance that you're actually getting the you're actually purchasing. You're not just sending money into a Ponzi scheme in Russia, or China, or Mongolia, or Texas, or wherever. You want to know that you actually have that piece of equipment, or that amount of allocated hashing power from the cloud hashing service, and you want to know that piece of equipment is hashing for you, will continue to hash for you, and that you will receive those coins, and that you will keep those coins, and that you can trade that hashing equipment for other hashing equipment, or sell it, and not just sell it on their terms, or sell it back to them, but sell it to other people. And you also want to know that your investments are protected from price volatility. So let's think about that for a second. Let's think about, I just came out with a few things there, but let's take them one at a time. So if Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are good because they're decentralized and they're peer-to-peer and you can trade them. So if you're investing in hashing power, or you're investing in a miner that you're then hosting somewhere else, you'd like to see the the same features. You want to see as much as possible. And you also want to use common sense and recognize that it is a piece of physical equipment you're buying. It's not a cryptocurrency. So it becomes a bit tricky, when you send your coin or you pay your credit card or whatever to buy the equipment. How do you know that how do you protect your ROI? So and we all know, we've all heard of Butterfly Labs, and we probably all, and what happened with Butterfly Labs. And if you don't know, Butterfly Labs was pre-selling mining equipment that they didn't have the capability to produce intentionally. So how do you protect yourself? And in cloud mining, how do you know? Most of these services don't even tell you where their servers are located. So how do you know that what you're getting is a piece of hashing power? So you can't, right? So I want to say that you can know, and you should know. And if you don't know, then you really, then you should think about where you're putting your coins and where you're putting your money, and where how you're chasing your ROI. And if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And so one way that you could protect your investments is by adopting some of the same traits that make cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Litecoin and Dogecoin good in the hashing power that you buy. For example, you could have Bitmain has I believe a peer-to-peer decentralized exchange for hosted mining services and cloud hashing. So that's a great tool. Does anyone have any ideas about how you can protect yourself in these types of investments, and how you can protect your ROI? Yep.
Ultimately, we have to keep adding.
You have to keep adding mega hash. Okay. Okay.
No other way. It's not like a stock that I can just sit on. Hopefully, it goes up. I can sit on my current income that way. It's going down.
Yep. Yeah, it's slowly going down, right? That's true. So you come in with the expectation that it's slowly going down, but you also know that it's subject to price volatility, coins. So you know that there's new coins coming out every day. There's people that are talking about Pebble and Ultracoin and all these different algorithms that you can hash. And I've talked to people recently that have been CPU mining, Vertcoin and other coins, and have achieved substantial profits, relatively. So it's not impossible to make ROI, but you really want to know that when you send your hard-earned hashed coins to Butterfly Labs, that they're going to send you the piece of equipment. So a lot of it's just common sense, making sure they're delivering it right away, making sure there's reading and reviews. You could look at I saw on the Zeus Miner website they're promoting there's like a badge on there that says the industry approved mining service. And, I'm not sure what sort of approval that is, but what it means. But at some point there should be some and it's not I'm going to disagree with I was sitting over there in the Ultracoins, or not Ultracoin, excuse me, Unbreakable coins. It's not the government's job to protect you with regulations in your investments in mining equipment. It's your job, and so there likely should people should come together and support these independent, truly independent third-party reviewers and validations. And then another thing, I'd like to talk about is just simply using the blockchain. Now, I don't know how much you guys know about blockchain, but I mean, I'm sure you know quite a bit, probably more than I do. I'm not a technical coder or developer. I have a background in law, but if something is hashing, then you can verify that on the blockchain. Whether it's, and if you're accruing income through a cloud hashing platform, you should be able to verify on the blockchain and how much that cloud is earning, and how much and then what your hash rate is, and how much you should receive. And also, I was on I won't name a specific cloud mining service, but I was on a service that I had a few small test investments in, and I get the payout, and I try to send the payout, and from my wallet on the website to myself, and it says oh, sorry, our payouts are disabled. Well, what's up with that? Like, why would the payouts ever be disabled? They should go directly to you. So, one thing that we're looking at, at my company, is not in the context of mining, but just in other contexts, is smart contracts. And does anyone know what a smart contract is? So, anyone want to venture a guess? Smart contract. It'd be a contract that's stored on the blockchain, okay? A smart contract is, all it is a contract that self-executes. So it's a contract that if you, for example, if you put money in an escrow, and then the escrow is released upon a certain event, the happening of a certain event, or upon you're inputting your private key or something like that, and then that's when the funds are released. Only then that's a smart contract, because it self-executes, and it doesn't require any third-party middleman, and it eliminates your counterparty risk. So for example, if you're receiving Bitcoin, let's say your daily payout on your hashing service is Bitcoin, and you're on this service that has a cloud, and why should the money go into some account ledger that they've just created for you? Why should not the output of the entire hashing power go to a smart wallet that then you can push whenever you want to retrieve your coins, and they can't take it out? So it exists on the blockchain. It self-executes, and there's really no risk, or less risk. And a lot of what I'm talking about is mitigating your risk, right? Security, and yeah, there's no perfect way maybe to mitigate risk. But if you can do a little bit better than how we're doing now, and you can protect your ROI a little bit more, and you protect your investments a little bit more, then that's better than nothing, right? So even if the blockchain is just used to, as a counter to sort of keep track that your hosted mining, your ant miner, that that it exists and it's hashing in a certain location, or from a certain service, then that's better than not knowing that, right? So and these things are not that hard to put together. So as hashers, I urge all of you to take control of your, and especially as people, as you and other people get more into investing in in different services online and cloud mining and hosted mining. Take control of your investments. Think about who you're investing in and what you're investing in and what other people are saying about it and how you can protect yourself. You can, you want your transactions to be as, to be decentralized and peer-to-peer if possible, and you want them, you want your payouts to be guaranteed into a wallet that doesn't, require any middleman or escrow. One other thing to talk about, further to the ROI point is, how, if you're a miner and you're expecting this flat payout slope, but then the price of Bitcoin is jumping up and jumping down, and you've invested maybe a significant amount of your resources into this hashing power and mining equipment that then is and you have daily costs and daily, how do you protect yourself from volatility? That's another. Well, I mean, people do this all the time in finance, right? So they have an expected daily payout, an expected interest rate, and then they have the actual interest rate, and they enter into hedging transactions. So if you want to protect your rate of return, you can do that too. And there's ways to use the blockchain and smart contracts to enter into peer-to-peer hedging contracts. So rather than receiving, so you could enter, let's say a forward contract, pure forward contract for Bitcoin, just to protect the price volatility, and if you can do that in a peer-to-peer decentralized exchange, that's optimal, right? So I don't know how relevant any of these issues are to you all, but I think that they certainly will become more and more relevant in the future, and it's better to start thinking about these things now than to not, and to blindly trust your Z hash or whatever it is. So does anyone have any questions about anything I've said, or have anything they'd like to contribute? Yes.
Yeah, practical examples of how to monitor your cloud actual how would you go about that? 1 step, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so I think one practical example for how to monitor your cloud hashing would be, let's say the cloud hashing provider. Yes. Yeah, he was asking if I could provide a practical sort of step-by-step description of how you would monitor cloud hashing, or I'll also maybe discuss hosted mining of services and how you'd monitor their performance. So it's actually not that complicated. The one for cloud, in cloud hashing, the one thing, as I mentioned earlier, you could simply, if it's, for example, let's say the cloud is mining Bitcoin, then, and how much hashing power they claim to have, and then what the average payouts are, then you should be able to track that on the blockchain, and you should be able to verify, and they should be forthcoming with that information of how you can see on the blockchain that this amount of hashing power is the daily output. And for example, for hosted mining, you could have you could even just have if you have a Antminer A3 or S3, and you just you you really just want to make sure that whoever is hosting it is actually operating that piece of equipment, and they're not just some Ponzi scheme. Then you could even just do some sort of you wouldn't even need to you could well, sorry, let me step back. So you could verify on the blockchain that this piece of equipment is hashing, right? That's not that complicated. There's not really that many steps involved.
You've got a 10 meg machine. You're in some hosted environment.
Yep.
They claim they give you 10 meg.
10 mega hash. Yep.
Okay. So you say, I want to verify that.
Okay.
Tell us how you do that.
Okay. So let's say you have 10 mega hash out of a pool of, and they're claiming the pool is 1,000 mega hash. Okay. So, and so you should be able to see, to verify on the blockchain that pool is the output of the pool is 1,000 mega hash, and then by knowing the average daily output, you can deduct and you can deduce how much your output for the 10 mega hash should be. And I'm not doing this right now. We're not doing this. Like not a lot of people are doing this or talking about it. So it's great. Maybe I haven't set out a step-by-step guide to doing it, but it's something that can be done, and we should think about. If you have a smart wallet, that if all your money, if all the payouts are going from the 1,000 mega hash or going into a smart wallet that only you can pool to get your 10 mega hash payout out, that's better than having it go into a wallet that isn't coded in that way. If you have a physical piece of equipment like a terahash miner that someone is hosting for you and charging you electricity rates, you should be able to verify that piece of equipment exists and is hashing, and you can do that on the blockchain because it's actually producing bitcoins. Is that helpful? Yeah, it's very broad, but like I said, it's something to, for everyone to. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Any other questions? Comments? Observations? All right. Well, I'll let you guys go. I'm gonna finish a bit early, but thanks, and protect your ROI, and I'll leave you with that. Thanks a lot.
Hi everyone. The next session is will start at 1:10. So I think we'll be in this room. So the Google room still carrying on at the moment. So you can either stay here or go to the discussion space. But the next session starts at 1:10 in this room. So the talk for the next session is it's about high frequency trading. So it's a beginner's guide to trading and doing high frequency trading, and just tips about how you can be more comfortable with your trading strategies. It's nothing to do with room on that particular time. Unfortunately, the speaker for that room has to cancel, so it's nothing to do with room at 1:10. Everything will be this room 1:10, and then after that, it's going to be lunch.
shows and then they had to talk about it for 30 seconds. You know, like, oh, let's just go today. And then they had to explain it to the they had I don't know where you know how that yeah, so there was a person that was on Reddit that was driving young and then a lot of you know, we see this guy gets sponsored here absolutely hard, but they have enough just after folks that know right? So the driver, they together this send Josh to the you know, and then which yeah, he messed up with a zero. Yeah, zero too much. Yeah, he was trying to do like $30,000 and that got some press, and then it just before they do it, they have to get it right out. I look at it again from like markets. But small plans, wholesalers absolutely. I mean, to get in and get into the mix of it, but with people that are, you know, just want to be part of it and see what that exchange is going on. That is going on Bitcoin. And I want this one thumbprint that's me, box opens, grab it, everything. This is all translated. They want that seamless interaction. Now, you know, it's all that kind of stuff. They get back on it. I mean, it's interesting changing stuff, but it just shows you where we start. They'll just say, some people now streamline this. The other model and stuff like that. It's just an ROI. When in my word that dial going. Yeah, it was $50. Well, let's drop it. Now, they're getting services we do. Well, yeah, I mean, so that's traditional. You keep that to 50 in the back. So, but it's still sort of watching. And then there is no way to elevate for trading because there's no way to let much trading. Leverage. So then what it does is watch. Yeah, I mean, you start getting but it was fun. I just the airport now. So I'm on my phone. I go to sit down. So I when I first get they need my local capture. It's a lot of porting over all of my, yeah. Well, I mean, it's, so this is the laptop, you know, I was using that same move myself, searching. Yeah, they say all that. So yeah, so I already signed it. Signed it in Google. So but it's the fact that they put it back kind of stuff where it's already forecasting against or already. Yeah, it's not. It's just, you know, there's a lot of linear ways to do things like that, and then there's and that's just that. And then they can really just get so arrange. I'm still doing I might.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session that was going to be due to start here at 1:10, we're having some technical difficulties with it because it was going to be a live stream from the Netherlands, but there are some issues with it. And so maybe it was a little ambitious, I'm not sure. But we're going to now do a mining Q&A. And we're going to get a couple of people up on the panel. And if you have any mining questions, just before lunch, we'll just do a Q&A and just have a really interactive session. So we're still going to do something in here. And that's going to start in about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. So I'll let you know when we're ready to start. So I do apologize for the change of schedule, but I hope that you, if you have any questions at all, anything at all about mining, then save them for this session. Thank you very much. So there's going to be a Q&A about Haasbot. I'm not sure.
All right, so we just finished the hardware hacking class, and we have miners left over. Those were given to us by our buddies over at FinalHash. So if you guys want some free miners, they're going to be on the stage. So just they're good till they're last, so come on. Again, we got free miners at the stage given to us by zoomhash.com. Actually, I think we just gave away the last one. If we can just get one per person, that would be awesome. So if you, we have a few left. So if you want them, they'll be at the stage. So I see Ultra Coin running towards trade and Unbreakable Coin. He's boxing them out. All right, we're gonna do a mining panel Q&A. Really no holds bar. If you guys have any questions or want to call anybody out or tell somebody you hate them, whatever. So come on up to the front. We're gonna have guys from every area. If you want to zing Bitsby Trippin a little bit, he'll be up here too. if you want to tell Ahmed Body how much you don't like his code, he'll be here. And of course, if you want to zing Jonah a little bit, he'll be here too. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start this mining panel Q&A. If I could get Mr. BBT up here and Jonah, we're gonna go ahead and kick this off.
Quit standing here to make me nervous.
Sit down.
I'm in my seatmate. Me on the block.
All right, so let me give you a background about a little each of us. It's gonna be pretty informal. I'm just gonna kind of sit up here. Michael may walk around because he's crazy, but first off, I'm Marshall, CTO of FinalHash, Hashers United. I want to thank everybody for coming out. Hopefully you guys have had a good time so far. I know we got pretty crazy up in the hacking session. So this guy next to me, he's the lead senior dev at FinalHash. Some of you may have used his code. His screen name's Ahmed Body. Ahmed was the first person to do a major fork of Stratum. He's also done some pretty crazy things around mining pool software. After this panel, he'll actually be doing a presentation on how to make your own mining pool and some of the customizations that you need to consider if you want to spin up your own mining pool. The guy on the end, this is Mr. Jonah. He's been known to be a ninja on the keyboard. He runs a little something called leaserig.net. It's a pretty cool place where you can mine and lease hashing power. And of course, you guys know Mr. Michael Carter. He runs Bitsby Trippin. It's a YouTube channel. He does a lot of hardware reviews and a lot of wallet deep dives, these kind of things. So like I said, it's going to be pretty informal. If you guys want to ask any one of us any question from any background, we all can pretty much cover it, depending on what the question is. Or if you want to call somebody out and ask them a specific question, that's okay too. So it's going to be a no holds bar. If you guys want to get crazy and ask some crazy questions, it's a good time to do it. So just put your hand up if you got a question. This is going to be, really no time limit. If we finish early, we finish early. So pretty informal. So yeah, any questions?
Woohoo, we're done.
Yay.
I do have one thing that I wanted to bring up real quick. And there was somebody up that was prior to this, right before our panel here, that I want to see if I want to take a challenge actually to Gaw and Genesis. So this will be on record for them. So one of the questions was that people want to find out if I rent hash rate from somebody, is it actually on a piece of hardware? Where is it? What's the accountability of it, right? So we're sitting there brainstorming, thinking about something. And I think the first good step of that is if some software can be written to where if I rent, let's say 50 gigahash, right, from a unit, that it actually ports over where it's coming from. Meaning I have a display on there saying, you know what, we have a whole array of CoinTera 2.1 terahash units. You're on unit 56 and you are 12% of that unit. Right. Something that kind of looks in an order that
I'd like to actually speak on that, Mike, if I can. Joe Mordecai, CTO of GAW, he wrote a pretty sick piece of code a couple weeks back. It's called Extra Nonce, which pretty much lets you do just that. I know some folks helped him and whatnot, but because that's the biggest problem. People want to know, do I have actual hardware? If you have questions about Extranauts, he's right back there. He's got a Justin Bieber haircut. Yeah, he's ducking down. He wrote a pretty cool piece called Extranauts, which it allows you to physically break up the machine. So that's a pretty new thing. So if I stole your thunder, Joe, too bad. Right on. So that is a brand new thing that's just been developed, and because that's been a lot of people's questions. You know, how can I control a certain piece of hardware to go a certain direction? Correct. And so that's in the pipeline.
I think people, like me, I like metrics. I like seeing some level, you know, if I have a portion of that piece of hardware, I mean, it could be, you know, like an internal competition between me and friends or something. Hey, 15% of this, you know, 2.1 terahash unit or something. I mean, it just gives another level of analytics, another level of dashboarding capability for that cloud, you know, experience for folks. And, you know, that's what people have been asking us since we've created the videos highlighting both the cloud hashing solutions, both Genesis and Gaw. People have came to us and asked, like, how do you know, you know, and, you know, we just thought we'd want to make sure that we got that out there for folks. Yeah, go ahead. Here, I'll run around with them.
Yeah, one thing I think is pretty important that I would like to see. I have both hardware miners and I have some hosted miners on GAW. Okay, my hardware miners run on NiceHash, WestHash actually. Extremely transparent. In other words, I can go on WestHash, and on a day-by-day basis, I mean, I can see more than I want to know that's going on.
Sure.
I'm on Zenpool with my hosted stuff. And frankly, except for seeing payouts,
sure,
which happen every day, and that works great, and anything goes wrong, GAW is right on it.
Right.
But there's no transparency.
Sure. So
now, if I want to be transparent, I have to do quite a bit of work to see more about I mean, I do get a payout. This machine paid this. This pool's paid this, but not the level of transparency that I'm seeing on the WestHash.
So I want to speak on that a little bit, and we can pass that to Jonah too after I'm done. But this came up in the panel I moderated at Coin Agenda. Actually, a lot of people had the question of somebody presented the question to the panel of they thought everybody should open their doors to everyone, let them see their data centers, and let people see their order books to see if they have an actual enough hash power to cover what they say they have. But the problem with that is if you go to Walmart right now and you say, hey, let me see how many bananas you sold yesterday, they're going to tell you, thanks, goodbye. And I don't think, you know, the mining industry should be any different. Now, you know, in the case of GAW, I mean, you can look at pictures of their data center all day. Nobody at this conference has any scamish stuff. We vetted everybody. So, but the problem is everybody wants to know, I want to make sure you have enough hardware to cover what you sold. But the reality is nobody in any company in the US would ever allow you to look at their order book because that's just not how business is done in the States. And I don't think personally that the mining industry should be any different. As long as, you know, you can vet that they do have machines, period. You know, which more than enough people have allowed people to come into their data centers, take pictures, and that kind of stuff. Beyond that, it really gets to the point of that kind of level where you're kicking down somebody's door and saying, hey, let me see your order book, let me see your database to see if you have enough. I mean, that's never going to happen ever. Not in just mining, but ever. You know, some of the business hash runs outside of crypto space, we would never let anybody do that, period. And I don't think the mining space should be any different. Jonah, you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that was really good. Thanks for that, Marshall. That was actually a really good description of the problems that a lot of the industry has. This went back to the multi-pools too. When they first started out, they didn't want to disclose which coins they were mining at which time because they knew that the industry would follow them and it would make their pool not be profitable. Right. And there was the exact same accusations going around of, you know, we don't know what you're hashing or where you're pointing our hash power because you won't tell us what coins you're mining. And I think some of that fight is still going with a couple of the multi-pools. So, I mean, we know this is kind of an industry norm to have this far too vast request for transparency that doesn't actually exist in the real corporate world. Right. I mean, corporations don't give away their order books, their secrets, their exact margins. You know, they give ideas. And obviously, we know that Genesis has a data center. They have a video running the whole time they've been here with it. I mean, Gaw's released several pictures of their data centers. You can ask any of the big manufacturers about Gaw, and they'll tell you that they probably order from them.
Sure.
So it's not like the information isn't out there. It's just the exact numbers that some people.
And, you know,
want.
if you ask somebody, oh, well, how can your machines be so cheap? I really like the guy that was up here from Aquifer. He had some good thoughts on, you know, everybody thinks that you can't get hardware that cheap. You go to a hardware manufacturer right now, you drop down $5 million, they're going to work with you. And so, you know, there's a lot of things at the big money level that you can do that, you know, makes things seem shady when they're actually not. So that's a great question.
I want to say one more thing on.
Right. You can see their balance sheet, but they're not going to show you each individual customer.
Right.
I mean, you can go to the SEC website right now and look at anybody who's publicly traded. You can see, you know, their P&L, you can see their balance sheet, all the investment stuff. But if you actually ask them, I want to see info on every single person that you sold to and what products you sold to each individual person, that's not going to happen.
So one more thing on that as well is a lot of the cloud mining companies, if you look through the contracts or you look through the terms of service and you just look at how the sites are set up, we all know that mining pools don't usually have 100% uptime, and a lot of smaller mining pools especially have significant downtime. I mean, this industry is new, so it's not really that hard for a nefarious entity to go after a mining pool and shut them down, or for them to have a database issue and be down for a day or two. So one of the layers of protection that, and one of the actual reasons for the lack of transparency is if you have cloud mining happening, if you have a mega hash with Genesis or you have a mega hash with Gaw Miners or any of the other vetted providers, basically, and that pool that you're mining to goes down, you're still getting paid the payouts from that pool. So you have to understand that the companies will pay out of pocket a lot of times to give you the guarantee when you're doing cloud
and
mining.
You see that on Hash Talk all the time, you know, when Joe messes up and sleeps through his alarm and, you know, forgets to run payouts, he forgets to run a cron every 24 hours, you know, they more than well make up for that. And they have to, because you cannot deny that the customer service of GAW is beaten by anyone almost. Their customer service is spot on. So that's a great question, actually. Thanks for that.
I have a question for Ahmed. I really have a very important question here. Working on the Stratum protocol and the Stratum implementation, I have to know, when did the idea come to have someone subscribe before they authorize, and how painful is that in real life?
That I honestly don't know. That I honestly don't know, because Slush invented the protocol. And obviously, if I changed it in a major fork of Stratum, that would mean that I would invalidate all past and possibly future versions of CG miner, SG miner, and any derivatives.
Right, because you have to push every fork of every single different miner out there. So
I don't think it's that hard of a deal to do. I think it's a good idea, personally. I think we should authorize first and then subscribe.
Definitely, but obviously, you also have to take into consideration that the major mining program developers are mainly Bitcoin enthusiasts. They're not altcoin enthusiasts, and that's what my focus of Stratum mining is mainly used for, altcoins.
Right.
So that makes the working with people like Zikalavis actually hard to do.
Yeah.
So this was just the original protocol development went that way, probably as sort of a beta or an initial.
Yeah. Just because it's quicker to spin up like that. So
okay.
Yeah.
I work on digital coin and myriad coin. I also help out with other coins such as. Sorry?
Give him the mic. We can't hear him.
Are you the dev of Myriad Coin?
I'm not the dev, but I'm on the dev team, yes.
What's Myriad going to be doing?
You said what's Myriad Coin going to be
doing? I'm not sure if you've read the Reddit and if you've been in the IRC, but the current plan is to be implementing a non-using stealth addresses. A lot of people have complained that you can't make sure that multiples don't mine 5 blocks in a row. So one of the people on our dev team have recently implemented a protection against that. So you have to mine, let's say, 2 script blocks, and then you have to have a block of the algo in between.
Yeah.
That way, we keep our chain as secure as possible.
Sorry, it was more of a coin-related question than mining, guys.
So.
He also does a lot of private work too for us. I don't know if you know this, but outside of FinalHash, we run a company called Ladder House, which manages Bone Thugs and Harmony. I know that's really weird, but Ahmed actually spun up a, it's kind of like a loyalty rewards program that we're doing for them. It's called Bones. So he also does a lot of, not really decentralized coins or anything like that. So I think you two would actually be talking the same language a little bit later today. Yeah.
One of the big questions that a lot of independent miners are questioning, not in a bad way, but there's the big move to the cloud simply because of the power consumption and the sheer amount of terahash or mega hash that you have to be able to compete and actually mine competitively and get any ROI out of it. Do you still see any niche for still enthusiast miners that want to be able to mine at home or have smaller mining farms as opposed to just doing cloud over the next 6 to 9 months, or do you actually see it phasing out?
Well, and I think Jonah and I have talked about this a little bit. In my opinion, I feel like there's always going to be that small group of people that will always want the new hardware stuff, and they don't care if it makes money or not. Mike, you were supposed to be up here, by the way. Yeah, come on. This is Zoom Hash, everybody. The guy that gave you guys the free grid seeds. So, I feel like, there's always going to be that small group of people who want the hardware and want to just have it and open it up. And I know, Carter is so like that. And I know, probably over half of the people at this convention are like that. They're just, man, this tech's cool. I don't care if I lose money. I just want to see how it works. And I feel like there's always going to be a niche for that. And, from a retail side, you can ask Mike what his customers are looking at right now during the transition. Because, he's still selling hardware. So, Mike, you want to talk about that a little bit?
I got you, Jonas. I got you right here. All right, I guess the question is what my customers are looking at right now with selling
for physical hardware.
Physical hardware?
Yeah.
You're going to get some people that want to protect a particular network. One that comes to mind is, I guess, the Dogecoin community. They'll know that it's never going to ROI, but they'll buy hardware just for the community and to secure the network. This was back before merge mining. Now it's kind of moot. So you get that type of customers, but mostly, yeah, people want an ROI. People want an ROI. That's
all right.
I tell all my, we don't promise ROI on anything. In fact, some of our big customers, we tell them that, we can't guarantee the price of coin, the difficulty or anything. Do you still want to buy? And my salespeople hate me for doing that, but they have to know what they're getting into. Sometimes it's very volatile. So.
Yeah, I'll talk a little piece on this. And for the folks that weren't in my session here, I look at it in a little different. I like the hardware. I like the review part of it because that's just kind of the dork side of me. But I think it's a bigger message, especially on the alt side, to get engagement and get the word out there. It's a very small entry point for a lot of people. To get a small ASIC, a grid seed, get part of the game, get part of that growing crypto and understanding what it is. And, we try to advocate that in the channel just to get people to try to ask more questions because that will naturally pull them into what the larger portion of that is, which is Bitcoin. That's the big gravity well there is that it's going to pull them into. But if we can get people actively that are kind of techie that want to get into the game, get Doge, see what Doge did with a lot of their marketing and stuff. That was just people on Reddit making it happen.
Oh yeah.
And
buying and sponsoring a NASCAR, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's good for the Doge lovers, right? So we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to review hardware, both graphics hardware and all that. And I know a lot of people online and a lot of folks are like, oh, it's it's all about ROI. And I think that CureCoin to tell you it's not. It's about trying to find a cure, and it's using this technology. So we're going to keep pushing for it and trying to get people engaged in the market. Helping get the message out there. So.
Yeah, and I think it's a natural industry move, right? For any industry, the same way that computers went to sort of centralize, and especially to move a lot of the hardware as it gets larger and larger to more industrial facilities. That doesn't actually mean centralizing the coin networks or the hash power. it can still be distributed in data centers the way it is today with hosting services and some of the cloud mining services mining to different places. But I mean, I think it really is key to keep the machines going and getting more efficient and actually growing the industry to the point where, I mean, the guys like all of us that might, you know, have servers in our bedrooms, right? We might be willing to put a data rack in our basement, you know, things like that.
Sleep on the couch when our wives want us to get divorced.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not a really, really large percentage of the population, right? So I think that's why hardware mining is just starting to sink down a little bit, and we're all moving to more hosted facilities and cloud mining facilities. It's just because that's a natural evolution of it, and that's how we bring more people into the industry.
Right.
Hello, Sean Wilkinson from Storage. I'm curious if the current miners are starting to look at some of these proof of resource platforms like Storage, MadeSafe, Sicoin, Permacoin, in terms of the more profit ROI portion. So if you look at some charge, let's say $3,000 a terabyte, and you can go down to your local Best Buy and grab a 2 terabyte drive for like $60. So as some of these decentralized like storage providers come online, the at least initial profit margins are huge. They're anywhere from 10 to 100x. So I'm curious if traditional miners are kind of looking at these new platforms and looking at like this is maybe the next step, or they're kind of looking just to stay in mining.
Well, I think we can all actually speak on this one. It's an interesting time for hardware. You know, FinalHash, we've consulted on every major script chip out right now, and 2 that are coming soon. But those guys are really feeling the crunch because of stuff like you guys are doing over there. You know, because beyond the efficiencies and all these kind of things, it's just a big, loud, hot machine sitting in the middle of your room. And there's always going to be that problem. You know, even when we get down to 20 and 14 nanometer chips, you're still going to have that problem. I think it's an interesting way, but the problem that I know a lot of our customers have with new things like this are they just don't see the value in it comparatively, because a lot of our customers also run big high frequency trading platforms, and you know, volatility makes them money, whether the market goes up or down. And you know, all these kind of intricacies inside of you know, traditional mining things allows our customers to ROI in a little bit different fashion depending on what they're doing. So as far as like a corporate or, you know, a medium to large size miner, I would say no. They're probably not looking at things of, you know, the nature of storage or MadeSafe, stuff like that. However, the guys who are just now getting into it and feel like they missed the boat, those guys are freaking out about those kind of things because the barrier to entry is a lot lower, you know, and you can still be part of the game.
You have a talk? You can defer if you want to. Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about I guess what you said about regarding this. I guess proof of what is it? Proof of value?
Proof of storage.
Proof of storage.
Proof of resource. So the idea that I'll give a quick breakdown. So instead of essentially doing computational power to secure a blockchain, you can say you have a person who wants to store their file on this network. You store it on your hardware machine, and then you prove cryptographically that you have that. So you're providing a service that doesn't require any trust.
Okay, so
think of it decentralized Dropbox or whatever.
Gotcha. And you know, there are reports, I believe, on a lot of the major dues. This is like back in April. They're saying that the cost of the Bitcoin mining is going to pollute the earth and, you know, destroy all the trees. And is that what it is? And sort of that lines where, you know, all this computational power is put to something more useful. I think that's a great idea. Let's save some trees. And no, I mean, that goes along the lines with CureCoin. I'm sure all these other, you know, I'm sure there's more coins where the computation is used more than just securing the network. And I believe there was a statistic somewhere of how the electricity used for Bitcoin mining was in the article back in April. They were doing the computation based upon GPUs, so something along the like 5 gigawatts or something, which is completely off. Because
ridiculous.
Yeah, it was the article was completely off the math, but everyone picked it up and everyone thought Bitcoin mining was destroying the earth. If anyone wants to know the article, it's hilarious. Just search for it on Google. Bitcoin mining, I guess Earth destroyed or something. Destroyed. And it's a good laugh.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, the internet itself obviously didn't always run over fiber optics, right? At one point in time, we used copper wire, and it kind of seems like an interesting leap right there. And I think if you take a look at these new resource-based coins and blockchains, you really have to keep in mind that one of the great values of Bitcoin and of the absolute invention of cryptocurrencies is if you take the currency portion of it, you take the idea of electronic cash and you just throw that out the window, you throw it away, get rid of it, ignore it. You have such a powerful thing with the blockchain and with the trustless system that you've built that things like resource-based mining and any other innovations that come out, any one of these things could pick up and they could be the next Bitcoin. They could be the next fiber optic cable. They could be the next thing to change everything that we know and everything that we do. I think it's great that people are trying to innovate away from just a single source, a single blockchain. And I also like that it's still keeping the entire Bitcoin industry and the crypto industry strong by doing so.
Cool. Thanks.
Good question, man.
I have more, but I'll open it up to other people first.
This one's a little bit more of a technical question, and it deals with like CG miner, BFG miner.
So an Ahmed question, in other words.
Yes. How do you guys feel about, especially on the integration end of some of the hardware? I know that there's, you know, you build your custom drivers and your custom software to do these big data centers and farms and whatnot. But a lot of these manufacturers are forking, like, say, an older version of CG miner or forking, you know, older versions of BFG miner, and then they don't necessarily release the code, which makes it a pain in the butt for people to integrate into either smaller, larger systems or even the home users to use. And it seems like, you know, the manufacturers, when anybody like Cano or, you know, I can't pronounce his name, that makes CG miner.
Yeah.
And, you know, and Luke Jr. and Nate Wolves, they're like, you know, hey, manufacturers, we need some, you know, just provide the code. We can get it in there. But, you know, how do you feel about that? Do you think it's something that, you know, the community should push a little bit harder and the manufacturers should maybe work with them and get that code so it can be integrated into the main chains?
Sure. So I want to speak on that just a little bit before Ahmed kicks it off. So first off, I want to say something a little bit about software licensing. GPL is free, but not free as in free beer. It's free as in free to use. And that's a very important thing. You know, we do a lot of software projects, and actually the CG miner fork that NO uses, I wrote it. Those kind of things are really interesting when it comes to, you know, CK asking people for stuff. It's all about and how you pose a question. You say, you have to give it to me. That's not the case. I really encourage everybody to read about GPL licensing because it's a big deal in the dev community and the high-tech community. Everybody says, oh, you use this and this and this. And while it is true that other people are free to use it, it is not free as in free beer. And that's very important to understand when we get into these kind of open source issues. And it's not generally, you know, from the inside looking out, generally it's not an issue of giving people the code. Generally, it's an issue of just time. I mean, you call Alex over at NO, he sleeps like 3 hours a night. Because, I mean, they're doing so many tape outs all the time and outside of crypto too. And, you know, that's their minimum priority is emailing somebody a GitHub link, right? So you really have to think on it on from their shoes. It's not an inability or an unwillingness. It's, would I rather tape out this new camera chip or this new whatever chip or spend 2 hours posting it all to GitHub and getting the link to CK? You have to really put it in perspective like that. And so that's just from, you know, the inside looking out. So I don't know if you have something to talk
about. I think that really is best. The ideal mining software would be one that supports everything. But the problem is that every manufacturer one is different. And a lot of developers are used to certain forks. For example, there's the BFG miner fork that some people prefer. There's CG miner that some people prefer, and SG miner that some people prefer. And there's even other forks of that. So, for example, even just if someone wants to port over, I don't know, blocking up the drivers from BFG miner to CG miner, it takes hours of work, days, maybe even weeks. So sometimes it's not actually just as easy as providing the code and it will get integrated.
Yeah, and also on that note, you know, there's a lot of people that have problems integrating their new ASICs into pre-existing software. So for instance, the CG miner version that the Innos run, actually I think it's 3.9, which may sound backwards because the last fork that CK did that supported script was 3.7.2. And you know, it's kind of, but there were some cool things in 3.9. So it's kind of some reverse engineering, which takes, it's a waste of time. So a lot of times they just pull an old fork, maybe tweak it a little bit. And also on the case of the new Titans, they say they run BFG miner. They don't actually even run BFG miner. There's a startup script in there, and it's still being tinkered with these new firmware updates coming out. But it's just, you know, the way CK wrote CG miner, it's just really easy to throw a driver in, recompile, and roll. But you know, when somebody tells you, "Oh, you're not running BFG miner," people freak out. But the reality is, I don't want to waste time trying to refactor BFG miner to make it work with the stuff I have. I want to just plug drivers in, recompile, and go. Because, you know, time to market for a manufacturer is paramount. So.
Me again. So I spend a lot of my time when I'm doing consulting and Bitcoin development in terms of looking at different mining algorithms. And one of the interesting discussions that came out of the Bitcoin developer chat was looking at things like non-outsourceable puzzles and all these different kind of theoretical algorithms that at the end of the day, basically they're just trying to disincentivize or destroy centralization. So you have one of the main problems with Bitcoin is these huge centralization of pools, right? You have gigahash.io or all these large pools. At the end of the day, you only have 2, 3, 4 pools that really control the majority of the blocks on the network. Now, the open-ended question was, how if there's an algorithm that's developed that essentially discourages large pools or completely eliminates the need for mining, so it's more efficient and it achieves the same security, and someone wants to implement that into Bitcoin. The question is, like, how do the miners respond to that particular portion? Do they say, okay, this is good for Bitcoin, let's integrate it? Or do they say, wait a minute, this kind of destroys my business model. No matter what happens, I'm not going to accept this change. So I'm curious, maybe your response on, let's say this code was theoretically available that had the same efficiency and security to something like Bitcoin, but didn't need miners anymore. What would be your response to that change?
Actually, I think everybody's going to want to speak on this note. There are some really cool things coming out. I know Zifter, we had a good talk with them yesterday. Their ideas are actually really interesting. And they're not really focused on mining per se. They're more focused on things like getting people into the network, but not just into the network so that companies can spin the coin and dump it. Because, you know, despite what Draper said yesterday, I actually agree with Trippin more, whereas the more people adopt it, the more that they're going to just turn around and get fiat for it. So, I mean, there are some people who are doing really interesting things. Zifter's one of them. Also, a few other companies who are doing some things that, in my opinion, I don't think you'll ever be able to crush the ability for Bitcoin because it's just, there's so much money involved. You know, $5 billion market cap. I know it's not crazy huge. So many people have made so much money from it outside of, you know, just the network itself that's just too appetizing for people to pass up. So in my opinion, I don't think mining will ever go away as long as Bitcoin is around. But, you know, the end time when that last block is found is going to be a really interesting time, I think.
I think actually, now that you say that, there is a little evidence to support that. I mean, you look at the transition from Bitcoin to Litecoin. So you have all these people who have these GPU miners that they're mining on Bitcoin, and then they drop down to Litecoin, and that's held its value. And a lot of people are kind of invested or have some vested interest in both. So maybe, you know, you can have changes in algorithms, but at the end of the day, the miners are always going to go somewhere.
Right. They're going to go to the money.
Value for some coin that allows them to mine.
I mean, I'd say I'd just add that a lot of people that are in the industry, even people that sell mining hardware or are in the mining business, are in the industry for the industry. We're not in the industry specifically for mining or even specifically for any type of ongoing profit. So if it's very good for the industry, obviously we would find a way to adapt. And like you said, there's a lot of new and interesting algorithms coming out, a lot of new uses for the blockchain. So if that's the direction the industry goes, I see no reason not to support it, even as a miner.
What are you saying, Mike?
I agree.
Spoken short and sweet.
All right, thanks.
Mike, how we doing on time?
We're pretty good. We did get a question from the internet. We do
Yeah, let's hear it.
have several watching.
Sure.
The question is, does anyone on the panel agree that crypto coins' value are being manipulated downward by large orders on exchanges? And what are their thoughts on the issue?
That puts me in an interesting spot. Mike, I'm going to defer to you, buddy. Let you field that one.
I guess the question really is the manipulation malicious? Is there something bad that's happening with this market? Even if it's manipulated. Well, here's the thing. Manipulation doesn't always have its intended consequences. I mean, there's many times when I think a good example is back in I forgot the names of these two brothers, but they tried to corner the silver market and it backfired. They got bankrupt. Or I think in Trading Places as well, that movie, I think they were trying to corner, the juice market. Whatever kind of manipulation you're trying to do, it doesn't always guarantee that it's going to work. There's actually a better chance that it'll backfire and have unintended consequences. Mm-hmm. Whether or not this happened this time around, is it manipulation? Is it not? Who knows? But I mean, I believe in the free markets. Just because we have regulation regulating against insider trading doesn't mean it will not happen. I mean, there's just a way for people to, well, in fact, the regulation for insider trading probably makes it a lot easier for people to do insider trading. And that's the unintended consequences, I think, when we try to, mess with the free markets. But that's on a philosophical note. So sure. If anyone else has to add.
I can't really speak on if it's one person or whatever, but what I can say is no matter what amount of manipulation there is, there's always going to be, the crypto community is an interesting one. It's a pro and a con. If there's somebody that's scamming people, the community is going to band together and jump on them. And the same thing goes if there's one individual or a small group of individuals trying to manipulate the price. Once they've been outed, the community is just going to make sure that it doesn't happen because there's far more of us than there are of them. And I feel like that's always going to be the case. And so, the community is always banded together in times of really crazy things like Mt. Gox and all these kind of weird, crazy stories. So whether there is or there isn't manipulation in the long term, I don't think it matters because there's far more, small time to medium time people who are willing to play the game because they believe in the system and they believe in how things work and they believe in the free market, like Mike said. So whether there is or there isn't, I think over the long term, it doesn't matter and it's irrelevant. Jonah, what do you think?
I agree.
Okay, I think that's the last question we got.
We were right on time.
So we're going to actually have lunch now. There's going to be a session at 2:55. It's going to be Ahmed is going to be up here talking about pools and how to make a pool. I do want to let everybody know tonight there is a closing party. It's at Inspire Cafe at 7 p.m. There will be shuttles picking people up from here to go there from around 6:30 until 10:30 or so. And details are being emailed out to everybody who bought a ticket on Eventbrite. And it's going to be at Inspire Cafe. It's on the roof. It's a pretty cool place. It's just going to be a nice time for people to network. The DJs are going to be there. It's going to be a pretty cool time. So, and I'm supposed to mention also one of our partners, Valton. He's going to be talking about something that's actually really interesting among miners. A lot of miners have gotten into the entrepreneurial spirit. When they see other people, their peers starting businesses around crypto, it's a really interesting time for that. So around 2:55, there's also going to be a parallel class along with Ahmed's in that back room where the hack session was talking about, the entrepreneurial spirit of miners and that kind of thing. So we're going to break for lunch and we'll be back about 2:55. Thanks.
Yeah, like that.
Good to actually meet you
Yeah,
in
no,
person.
that's crazy. How long have you been in Vegas?
All week since Sunday.
Oh, I was here too.
Well, how did that
I guess we never bumped into each other. Yeah, you live down in Florida, right?
Yeah, I'm actually I moved to Connecticut with Gaw Miners.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah. No, I remember placing. Yeah, back then it was crazy. I was getting like literally 2-3 hours of sleep.
I'm surprised you got that much. That's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, those were some crazy times.
Absolutely.
I think I might have some strategy question.
Yes.
Because I believe it's allowed to complex several connections over one particular connection. So that's in that way it makes kind of more sense.
It does kind of make sense.
Instead of doing override.
Yeah.
Because you're only doing one thread and several authorizations.
I think that they just didn't think. I don't think that they thought about scale when they initially made the protocol as a thing.
Yeah.
Because if you want to DDoS a Stratum server, all you do is you send subscribe requests continuously, and it's done. You can take a server because there's no authorized. But yeah, you might be right because that's
Could be something to because the concept would be kind of strange doing authorize,
yeah.
and then
Maybe someday I'll get a hold of Slush and I'll actually find out.
I've been trying to decode the sort of bit, trying to write software.
Highly.
Not that much
Documentation. Yeah. Matt's here somewhere. XMK3, my partner. Yeah. He does a lot of our custom Stratum development, so he's torn down that protocol pretty good. Put it back together.
Yeah,
along
that's
with, Joe was just standing back there. Joe Warner, the CTO of Gaw Miners, has torn that protocol for as well.
Nice. Yeah.
Down?
No, I'm not checking first. It doesn't really matter anymore. Yeah. Okay, let me get down. Michael, let me.
Find out all the steps in like the hashing with the repercussions and what's the beginning and
So how many build something for free and release it?
I think there's a rather close group of persons that are knowledgeable about how this works.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I don't know.
Yeah, I can imagine. But it's very poorly documented.
Okay, what was your name again?
Peter.
Peter?
Yeah.
Peter, it's good to meet you.
I'm working for a Swedish consultant. We have like this 20% Google time thing. So that's why
Okay.
doing like writing and software, looking at full software.
Let me see if I can have my developers email you. Maybe you can pick their brains for a little bit. Maybe they can help you out. All right. Thank you.
Surveillance camera.
I mean, obviously I'm biased.
Oh no, I completely agree with you. Yeah. I'm really trying to do it.
Makes sense. So you're buying your FinalHash, the big one. I think the fun. But I think it's all about. Market. There's a lot of resources. Calculating shot hatches. Yeah, like we're out of that. But actually, it's just like, well, my main thing is you have, besides the security. I agree with you. The question is, what is that song? That's our question. Yeah, that's insane. That's like, oh.
Also, yeah, there's a token in there. Or, yeah, putting storage in this network. It's called a hard drive on the network. I can record it for a token that I guess I can use in someone else's hardware. Or you just I can sell it. Yeah. But the thing is, then there is space capacity. Yeah. There's already existing demand for cloud storage. Yeah, I mean, Dropbox, Microsoft OneDrive. The question is that industry, that whole industry, is I mean, right now it's being subsidized. Dropbox is free. It's being subsidized by, I don't know what the revenue model is. Well, actually, you actually look at so, yeah, so it's just like Dropbox. Essentially, look at the four costs. The thing is, they have costs hardware, data centers, electricity, employees, hey. Oh yeah, so they have these workouts. Whereas the other side of that is yeah, so this you just have something. That's Dropbox. It's just advertising. So the real thing is, you know, the internet is a very interesting industry. This is creating data centers. I mean, you already have existing data centers. What happens if one of these guys destroy it? Just reach out to you. Yeah. So, so that's one thing. Iran, China, yeah, where there's a lot of content. So yeah, you have markets like your largest market. I'll talk about essentially here, you take this network and use it. So, our website, all this stuff is encrypted. So you can so, in terms of that, you can any website connected software. And so, it doesn't matter how many video types Right, right. So the good thing is like safety, right? Very well. But that's only been popular. Right, right. So you download something right. Yeah. Awesome. So you said yeah, I'll put my data next to you. All right. All right. So we'll talk about awesome. Over here. You get off the stage. You can do it install.
Well, I think it's because it's such a big. What do you want to talk Yeah, yeah, that work on the back end. Right. Like, where would you get it? And you don't even know that Bitcoin. Yeah. But all you care about is, hey, it's awesome. I know, right? How often would that be? Yeah, you would have very high companies. And then you would buy a car, so the way that I see it is how I see it. It's going to be the way that I see no, but the crashes they have, like, the whole car was stop sign, so ran back. All right. So you literally, you eliminate latency and most of the cost. But the difference is you get
And then targeting. Yeah, you can see him service. I'm telling you. Let's take here. He's been putting No, that happens to be every single copy. Like, hey, wait a minute. I know you want to know that. I'm sorry. There's one how to make your own coin services.
Yeah. With the so. I mean, it's all right. Because that's maybe
All right, so all you guys that have wanted to know how to build a mining pool or hate a certain mining pool or whatnot, we're going to have a mining pool session in about 10 to 15 minutes with our senior lead dev, Ahmed. It's going to be starting, like I said, in about 10 to 15 minutes. Thanks.
Yeah, it's all open for us now, man. We had a mic set up over there, so. Yeah. You're not finished? You guys here for Insight? I was, yeah. Yeah, no, we actually we covered it yesterday.
We're going to be starting in about 5 minutes or so. Justina says start now, but I say 5 minutes. So I guess battle of the powers here. If y'all want to start filing in here, it's going to get pretty technical. So all you tech nerds, bring it on. Ahmed's going to show you guys about some of the stuff he's working on for us and, you know, just mining pools in general. So.
Oh yeah, I chatted with him yesterday. Actually, interviewed him. It was when you guys did that. And so I chatted in this room. Yeah, so I will just.
Okay, so this is probably going to be the most technical presentation of the day. This is our senior dev. His name's Ahmed. He's done a lot of really crazy stuff for us. He's also going to, so pretty much he's going to talk you guys through step by step how to make your own pool. So I know there's a lot of folks online that are going to want to check that out, and also you know, maybe some technically inclined folks here, especially Mr. Storage walking around the back right there. So we'll go ahead and get this kicked off. If you guys have questions, we'll field them at the end. Slide this way. Make sure you talk loud enough so people can hear you.
All right. Thanks. How the hell did you play the slide?
F5. So make sure you talk directly into the mic.
Okay. Stop. Yeah, go on. Because I want to speak into that. Nice one, man. Hello. Thanks everyone for coming. My name is Bodiwala. I'm doing this presentation on how to set up mining pools. Mining pools consist of 3 parts, which is the front end, the mining server, and the coin daemon. Coin daemon is whatever coin that you're using, for example, Bitcoin, Litecoin, digital coin, any coin that you're using. This is the front end. The front end that I'll be showing today is the MPass front end. That's what most altcoin operators use. and some Bitcoin pool operators use as well. Depending on which Bitcoin pool front end you use, it will support script, SHA-256, and X11 at the minimum. Some front ends support even more than that, such as X13 and the rest. There's two popular mining servers. These are NOMP and Chatham Mining. For those that have been here longer, you'll remember other mining servers such as Pushpure, which is used for getwork mining as well. For example, if you use rental places like Lease Rig, Mining Rig Rentals, you'll see that it auto puts Stratum plus TCP there. That is because that is the most common software used currently. The coin daemon is what we use to find the blocks and what generates the work for people to mine. It also is the wallet, which is where all the coins are stored before they're sent out. There's only 3 requirements to use a coin D for mining. That is, it must support proof of work, which means pure proof of stake coins cannot be used, such as black coin, white coin, things like that. It must have the appropriate RPC mining calls. So if it's something that's not forked from the Bitcoin base, it likely will not work. And it also must support the basic block structure that the coins like Bitcoin have. Now I'll show you how to set up the Bitcoin mining pool. This the pool front end that we'll use is called MPOS. It stands for Mining Portal Open Source. It's based on PHP and we'll run it using Apache 2. That's fine. As you can see here, I've installed the dependencies for MPOS, which is mainly Apache 2, PHP 5, MySQL, and Memcached. Memcached is used just to keep the site fast because obviously no one wants to mine on a slow site or even use a slow site. Now I'll download the PHP MPOS front end and then configure it with the config files for our coin D and where our database and where our coin will be pointing. While that does, I'll explain to you on the pool backend that we'll be using. We'll be using the current most popular one, which is called NOMP, Node Open Mining Portal. It is the Node.js language mainly because it's fast and synchronous. And the coin daemon that we'll be using is the digital coin V3 testnet daemon. We'll be using that mainly because the blockchain is short and because I can demonstrate the mining just now. And as you can see, here is our config file for MPOS, which we will use to configure it. For anyone setting up a mining pool, the most essential thing that any operator must do is change the salt and the salty. That is used to hash the passwords. As many of you who have mined a lot have heard, a lot of pool operators who don't secure the site all have the passwords, databases hacked, sites hacked, passwords stolen, and then reused on other sites. It means users can lose up to hundreds and thousands of coins. Now here is the algorithm: SHA, script, or SHA-256D or script. Bitcoin uses the SHA-256D algorithm, and Litecoin and variants of that use the script algorithm. Digital coin, which I'm showing you just now, will use the script algorithm. And now we'll do the database configuration. Just now, I'm going to set the MPOS front end to use the root user account, but any pool which is in production must not use the root account under all costs, because if the pool front end has access to the root account and someone managed to hack into your site, they can find everything and change everything, which no one wants. Ready for tough time then? Now is on to the wallet configuration. For the wallet configuration, the wallet must be able to talk to the web server, exactly to the front end. Even for the wallet server, you have to ensure that it's only accessible by the web server for the front end and by the mining server, nothing else. Some people tell people that are setting up new front ends to allow access to the coin D by everyone. That means absolutely anyone can have access to your coins, anyone can take all your balance, which can cost a lot to reimburse. The next section that we're working on is the mail configuration. The mail configuration in MPOS is used to alert a user when someone has made an invalid attempt to access your account, when someone's made an valid attempt to access your account, and when someone's made important action on your account, such as trying to change any account details, making withdrawals, anything like that. That way you can stop it in time, and you can also find out when someone's trying to brute force into your account. This is the getting started config. This is what shows on every mining website to tell the user that this is the address and the port that you'll be mining to. This is the coin you'll be mining to, and this is where you can get the wallet. This is the details of the price ticket API in case your coin is on an exchange. Then you can set the API here and it will show the users how much they're earning in BTC per day, in the coin that you're mining per day, and in some cases in USD per day. Here is a section for automatic payout. Automatic payout is one of the best ways to avoid leaving big amounts on a pool and forgetting about them. That way, in case the pool is ever hacked, you're safe from losing all your coins. A recommended amount for me personally is 1 coin as the min and max. That way, that way you're never going to lose anything of value. These settings here are what we use to configure all the statistics which are shown on the M-Pass end. The coin target is how fast each block is mined. For example, with Bitcoin, it's 10 minutes. With Litecoin, it's 2.5 minutes. With digital coin, it's 40 seconds. The coin diff change target is how fast a block retargets. With Litecoin, and as far as I know, Bitcoin as well, it takes 2016 blocks for it to retarget, which approximately is 2 weeks. For digital coin, in this version, it retargets every block. When you're sending transactions on the network, then you get charged transaction fees. Seeing as we can't automatically detect what transaction fees are paid, here we're able to set the transaction fees that each user will pay whenever they send a manual or an automatic transaction on the pool. This section is for the pool bonus. Some kind operators set a pool bonus such as 1%, 2%. That way they use an extra out of the pool operator's pocket. The payout system, there's 3 different choices. There's pay per share, where you get paid for every valid share, even if the pool does not find a block. There's proportional payout, which means you get paid over the amount of shares that you contributed towards a certain block. And there's pay per last number of shares, which means you get paid over time range. The most common one for Bitcoin pools is pay per last number of shares. For altcoin pools, it's proportional. Here you can see the setting for pay per last number of shares. By default, it's 4 million shares and you're paid using the block average. These are settings for the block reward. Some people set a fixed block reward. There was an issue where when the Bitcoin block reward halved, some people had the pool front ends hard-coded to 50 coins per block, which means they overpaid. So that's why I would recommend leaving out a block. That way it will pay out exactly how many coins has been paid. The only drawback to this is that pool operators have to pay the transaction fees that they have earned from that block. These are the confirmation numbers that each coin has. Some people set it to lower so they can pay out sooner. Some people set it to higher so they can pay out after. For example, if the coin is confirmed after maybe 60 blocks, then you set it to 60. Coins like PP coin have something like 300 confirms, which means it takes quite some time to confirm. So if you don't have it set correctly, you can run into issues with payouts by not having enough coins. These are the memcache settings. These are where all the statistics are stored and refreshed on a 10-minute schedule. That way, the site is always fast. These are cookie details. These are what's used to ensure that your login details and your cookies, which are made by the M-Pass front end, are only used for that specific site. I'd recommend, if you're going to set up a pool, I'd recommend setting up HTTPS and buying an SSL certificate. That way, no one can do any session stripping or anything like that. The last option, I would say, is one of the most crucial options in the whole configuration. Many attackers have tried to overload sites by visiting the site numerous times in a short time period. The last option allows a user to disable certain API calls after the system load reaches a certain percentage.
So I see some hands going up here, but he's going to show kind of what the front end of one of these looks like. And then we'll open it up for questions. But this is by far the quickest and easiest way to spin up a pool. You know, some of our corporate clients we do pools for, and we've got a pretty good private custom pool. It's not run this way, but if you know what you're doing, you can spin up an altcoin pool within, you know, like an hour. So if you need a nice test bed or something like that to kind of vet some projects, it's a good option. All right, so this is the pool we use to kind of, it is an impos pool. This is the one we use to kind of test new ASICs and stuff that we're consulting on. It's pretty straightforward and simple, and actually Ahmed helped set it up. I think we spun it up in like a couple hours. But if you want to log into the backend, oh. Keylogger on here? No.
Sadly, no.
Let's just hope Ahmed doesn't have a keylogger, because that would suck. It's fine. Yeah, I don't care if it's an open network. We don't have anything important on this.
I stole them all.
Where's your @ sign on your Word UK keyboard? Lily, are you sniffing packets? Oops. Dude, your weird UK keyboard.
UK keyboard's the best.
Oh, yeah? Somebody thought it was funny.
Come on, mate.
Just relax, man.
Slow me down, homie.
Okay, I can't remember passwords. That's probably it. I would just make a new one.
Make a new one, mate.
Yeah, it's fine.
Make a new one.
Yeah, just make a new one.
I
forgot my password, so he's just gonna make a new one. Like I said, this isn't our main pool. We just use it for testing and stuff like that. So you'll get to find out how to sign up on an impos pool. So as you guys can probably see, this is how a lot of altcoin pools work. I see these people shaking their heads and stuff. So if you didn't know, somebody says, "Oh, I have a custom pool," and it looks like that, tell them they're full of crap. It's not true.
And here we go. Here's what a setup MPass pool will look like. As you can see here, the hash rate, which shows how much we're currently mining. Obviously, we're not mining at the moment, so it's not showing anything. Same with the pool hash rate. That shows how much hash rate the actual pool is mining. The share rate, which shows how many shares you've submitted at the same time and how many workers are on the total pool. Bitcoin pool would have tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands miners. Altcoin pool, maybe 5 or 10. There's around information showing the current block, which helps to tell if you're on a fork or if the pool isn't actually working properly. the expected shares. That is also a very good statistic because that helps you show the luck of the pool and also if the pool is broken. I myself have seen pools going to the hundreds of thousands, even million% of shares, which just shows that it's broken. The estimated earnings, that in a way helps to show if the pool is scamming you, cheating you, anything like that. The estimated average time per block helps show how fast you should find a block and how fast you should see a payment credited to your account. And as you can see, I have no balance.
All right, so as you guys probably know, we've had some internet issues here today with the Wi-Fi, but I guess we can go ahead and open it up for questions till the internet stops being dumb. I'll come down with the mic. So I think this guy here in the front row. We'll do this one a little bit differently. Just tell me your name and kind of what your experience level is.
My name is Poramin. I'm a Vertcoin developer. During configuration file, you said system load is like it is equal to 10. That is like overall system load or just web application load.
So this question is the last setting in the config file, when you set it to 10%, is that overall system or just on the pool side?
Overall system.
Of course, Lily's going to have a question. Don't beat him up too bad.
Is there any particular requirement to use Apache 2, or would Nginx or some other alternate web server be available?
I've used Nginx before. Some people like HTTPD, but I'd say Apache 2 is definitely the most widely used one, mainly because of the ease of use.
Hi, I'm Stan Higgins from CoinDesk, and my question for you is, so, here we've talked about how there is a shift toward, some consolidation in the mining industry. Do you think it'll still be a viable business model, like maybe 6 months, a year from now, for people to run their own mining pools, even though perhaps there might be fewer miners who would be using those resources? Do you think that there's going to be a shift there, or do you still see this being a viable business, model, moving forward?
That really depends. I used to be a pool operator myself of quite a big range of pools. At one point, I ran almost 50 altcoin pools to my own self. But I'd say it all depends on how altcoins themselves are doing. Because, as many have heard recently here, there's maybe 13 actual miners on the Bitcoin network, whereas on altcoin networks, there are hundreds. Even with the cloud mining, people still rent hash rates from services like NiceHash, mining rentals, lease rig, services like that, which means that, in my opinion, mining pools will still exist. And even if services like that were to disappear, mining pools would exist internally. So, for example, by big corporations like Gaw Miners, Genesis Mining, I'm sure they still use mining pools while they're not being rented.
For example, you have two import web application, and how can you share cookie between two web server?
As far as I know, you set the cookie to work on the main domain, not on the subdomain. That will only work on all sites associated with that subdomain. So, for example, I used when I ran pools, I used peel.cryptoexpert.com, which meant that let's say btc.peel.cryptoexpert.com would work. So would ltc.peel.cryptoexpert.com.
Okay. So that means even though you go to the first web server and the second web server, you still be able to access to the same.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any technical questions? All right, got one from Mr. Zifter Dev over here.
Hi, Ahmed. So my question is, do you think? Oops, sorry. My question is, do you think it would be possible to sort of make an interface for this whole process to automate the thing? So if you and your buddies want to set up a pool, you can do this and maybe not have to go through all these steps like you just did. Do you think that's something that?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. If any of you are active in the altcoin world, you'll see that during coin launches, some pools are up in maybe a minute, 2 minutes, and the way that they do that is they have bash setup scripts which automates completely everything just by a few questions of user input, mainly coin name, coin source code, the GitHub link, the Stratum port, and it will set up all the rest automatically.
Yeah, speaking on that note, it's kind of a scary thing to do that though, because sometimes there's malware coins. So if you're just scraping GitHub to get the new one and you automatically do it, you're kind of boned. So that's why we tend not to do it. All right, Scott Fargo coming back.
Hi, Scott from Crypto Coins News. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the process when you guys say, I know you guys build some custom pools for customers and internal use. Could you tell us a little bit about some of the customizations that you tend to find that you need, you know, sort of say for a bigger data center or to have a node local like that?
Well, the biggest things I'd say are transparency, such as showing exactly the amount of fees that you've got, donations that you get, and from who. Things like task queues and things like that to speed up the overall running of the website, and compatibility across absolutely every single coin possible. Because, like I stated earlier, the MPass front end will only work on SHA, Script, and 256, SHA and Script and X11, whereas there's maybe another 10 to 15 algorithms still around, but obviously it's not going to support that without modifications.
Yeah, beyond that, a big thing we do is we do a lot of distributed pools, just because I mean we got some customers that are just crazy high hash power and one box will not hold it. So we do a lot of deployments on like Azure or AWS. And there's some custom scripting side things we do in there just to make our lives a little bit easier. But outside of that, transparency is a big one. Any other questions? Anybody else? All right, cool. So we're going to take a quick 20-minute break or so. That's Ahmed. He's, like I said, he's our senior lead dev. Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, he's actually, he came all the way from Manchester, so he came quite a long ways. So we're going to kick it up here, and again, looks to be about 20 minutes or so. We're going to have I think it's going to be our final panel of the day. It's going to be Josh from GAW, myself, Michael Cow from ZoomHash, and a few others. Like I said, it's going to be about 20 minutes or so. So we'll see y'all back here about 3:55, 4 o'clock.
Just do it about whatever. Well, what else do you want to do? I don't want to do that. Let's go. Let's go. Hopefully not get stopped. Oh yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm trying to like. Yeah, they will be like, you have to apply to these, apply solder. Well, the best part is oh, nice. I think I should. Yeah, so I'm gonna have these. I'm gonna have these. Great. Yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a lot of spins on it.
Because it's sunny, rainy, how's the Bitcoin price and then all goes. Put the weather right next to the picture. It's very relevant. One stop shop for all your days.
special little notes. Come on up, man.
See you again. Good to see you again. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I don't know much about Vertcoin. I'd love to hear more about it.
Right now we are going to change our algorithm from SQN to Lila 2, which is more ASIC resistant.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cool. That's great. When's that gonna happen?
We plan like this December.
Yeah, cool. Nice.
We already have all the codes, implemented code, but just waiting for integrate to Bitcoin wallet. Yeah.
Where are you from, man?
I'm from Thailand.
Oh, right on. Yeah. You live out there too?
No, right now I'm living in Baltimore.
Oh, cool. Nice.
So where are you living?
I'm in Denver, Colorado. What brought you to Baltimore?
Right now, quite cold. What is your question again?
Take it.
What is your question?
Oh, what got you out to Baltimore?
What I'm doing at Baltimore?
Yeah, why Baltimore?
Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be starting in a few minutes. Thank you.
What did she say?
It's only starting in a few minutes.
Okay.
So you working for Mastercoin as full time?
Not full time. I've been working with a lot of people, so total full time. Sort of time for them, but you know, I help out here and there where I can. Have you used Omni Wallet at all?
No.
Check it out. It's pretty cool. It's a little slow, but it's pretty decentralized.
I'm only.
Of course, it is on omniwallet.org. So
I used to know, and it's consume my computer so much, so just turn off. But I know there is than normal Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice
How are you?
to meet you.
Michael.
Poramin.
Poramin? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Ooh, good to see you, Michael.
Yeah, same here.
This is it. I gotta jump on a plane right after this, so.
Ends the week, I guess.
Bitcoin week officially.
You don't want to do that.
You get around for the party and stuff, right? Though.
I'll try. Yeah.
Twist your arm. Okay.
Well, the thing is, either drive back tonight or tomorrow. And tomorrow's gonna be brutal. To back to LA.
Ooh,
it's
like, pretty rough. Yeah.
Probably like a 6 or 7 hour drive versus like a 3.5 hour drive tonight.
This Bitcoin even in LA also at this time.
I'm sorry.
There is Bitcoin conference in LA also.
I'm not sure. I've never been to one in LA.
There's a bunch of meetups in LA.
Do you know
Bitcoin
Block
meetups
Peace?
that people tell me about.
Yeah.
I think he went to this.
Everyone knows, bro.
Some of us from the Mighty Duck days too.
Yeah. I think his most famous movie was First Kid with Shaquille O'Neal.
Oh yeah. I was seeing that on the
That
list
was-
of kids' movies. I haven't seen that one though.
He did a tweet, and then Shaq replied. Or he did a tweet about the movie, and then Shaq replied, "It was like, oh, those were the good old days. Time passed."
Nice. That's all right. Yeah, we got that same problem in Colorado with Sundays, especially during ski season.
So everyone just goes up to the mountains.
Yeah, and then coming back from the mountains. Oh, dude, you can get trapped in there forever. Yeah. Instead of taking like an hour and a half to get home, it takes like 7.
It used to be better when the economy sucked because no one came to Vegas. Without the economy's picking up, everyone's here.
Go home. Where are you based out of?
Mainly in Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, right on. Cool. Home of Mark Twain.
So, are you working for what company?
That's That's go crazy about.
So it's a script reseller. We sell machines.
You've been to that house that he's got over there?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm from Thailand.
It's pretty,
Oh, nice.
pretty big attraction out there, right?
Yeah.
Did you fly here?
No, no. I'm living in Baltimore.
Okay.
One of these days. Just right. So you have like your own manufacturer?
No, we don't manufacture. That's a
doing?
scary manufacturer to be in. We don't manufacture. We don't do pre-sales. So we just have whatever's in stock. There's always going to be sellers and buyers and connect those. So.
Where do you buy from China?
Everywhere.
Show?
Everywhere. You know. But yeah, mostly China. We have some from Israel, Sponduli stuff.
What day are you heading back?
Tomorrow. Everywhere.
Yeah.
How do you guys do most of your marketing and stuff?
To be honest, like the only reason why we got popular is we were in the niche market selling these riser cables, and we're I guess a few that actually worked and had support, and it just grew from there. Like the niche grew, and so did we.
Cool. Do you guys have any points or things that you actually want to bring up above and beyond?
What's this? What's the panel about?
See, that was the thing. I was reading.
Not a great title.
Yeah, it was like this
Actually, I
Byzantine
always
stuff.
prepare PowerPoint for presentation.
You have a PowerPoint?
Yeah, but I'm not so sure because it's all about my coin. This is
what they actually write up on what we're supposed to do.
Oh, there's a big write-up.
Yeah, there's a bigger one. So, but I don't know whether you guys want to stick to it or not, or whether you want to do something different. Because what I figured we could do.
Yeah. Sounds really boring.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of reiterating a lot that folks have heard anyway.
Because exactly what I was actually thinking of doing instead is like doing an introduction with each one of you.
All right, we're gonna get this last thing kicked off here. Our last panel. It's going to be moderated by CryptoCoins News. And it's going to be, actually, I don't even know what it's about, but I guess we'll find out. I'm not going to sit here and try to make up stories.
Specifically, like, Vertcoin and, how all the centralization. Yep.
Come on, we're running late.
Okay. And then
I can't see right now. Oh, cool. I can't see right now.
Yeah, do it.
You gotta come to the party.
Yeah, we're going to see Gaw Miners.
After this thing.
Yeah, what time is that thing? 6:09. 6:09. Oh, perfect. Because we're at the other place we're going to is at 9:45. What the fuck do you know?
Let it rip, tater chip. Because I'm coming.
Which mic?
That one right there.
Hi, everybody. We're going to start the final panel of the United Hashers United Conference. Sorry about that. It's been a long week. First, what we're going to do is I'm going to introduce everybody up here, and we'll have them each give a little synopsis of their companies, what they do. I'm Scott Fargo from CryptoCoins News, the head of mining news there, and we'll see what we can do. So first, I wanted to introduce Marshall Long. He's the Executive Technical Director of FinalHash. He's also the one that organized and put on this event for us all. So if you'd, once we get to it, you can ask him some questions that maybe we haven't asked him before. We also have Josh Garza. He's the CEO of Gaw Miners. As you guys all know, this one bad. All righty. And he's the CEO of Gaw Miners. He is one of the, top cloud mining and hardware sales companies in the world right now. Then we also have right with us, Phil Maher. Is that how you pronounce it, of Mastercoin? Maher, okay. And then we also have Poramin Insom, who is the developer of Vertcoin. And then we also have Michael Cow, CEO of ZoomHash. So what I'd like to do is we'll start out with Michael. Could you tell us a little bit about your company and how things have been moving lately, simply because there's been such a quick shift to the cloud and some of the hardware and whatnot that you guys are getting ready to introduce?
Yeah, so well, I'm with ZoomHash.com. We're one of the largest, script. Well, we got in the niche of script, actually selling script ASIC miners back in February when it first came out. In terms of what it's like from February to now, well, I think back then Litecoin prices were around maybe $30, $30 to $50, and now it's around I think $350. and that's reflected throughout the industry. So when you have depreciation like that, it's reflected in the hardware. So something that was $10,000 back then, you can probably get it for maybe $1,000 now. And that puts a lot of pressure on a lot of these manufacturers. I mean, we're getting. I mean, at the end of the day, there's always going to be buyers and sellers. And I truly believe a lot of these machines are selling for below the cost of making them. So it's a really good deal. I mean, we're able to get stuff for pretty much the cost of the parts inside, the PSUs, the Raspberry Pi, and even the 16 pounds of aluminum, which you can melt down for I think like $15 at a recycling shop. So you add that all together, it's equal to the price to some of the units we're selling. So hey, if you can't mine coins, you can always melt it down.
Excellent, excellent.
I'm Poramin. I'm a Vertcoin developer. What coin do we solve two problem in Bitcoin, which is decentralized problem and privacy problem? For privacy problem we using stealth address techniques to cover transaction in blockchain. And the second problem is decentralized problem. We change algorithm from SHA-2 to SQN factor. And right now we are going to change from SQN to Lila-2, which is more resilient to ASICs.
Excellent. And Phil?
Hi, my name is Phil Maher. I've been working with the Mastercoin team. Mastercoin is a Bitcoin 2.0 platform, and that includes some really cool stuff like a decentralized exchange, an asset exchange, where you can create smart properties, do crowd sales, do a lot of the cool stuff that we've been talking about for many years on a platform called Mastercore is the real hardcore part of it behind it all. So we've been working really hard on building up the technology so people can build on top of it. Developers can come along and build really cool tools. We had a really bunch of crowd sales that we've done already through MadeSafe Coin and some other ones that are have done and pretty well, and some great ones coming up as well. And the best web wallet we have right now is called omniwallet.org, and it's a great web wallet that accepts Mastercoin and Bitcoin right now, and we're looking to add some more coins and do some really cool stuff. So that's kind of the core of the consumer-facing side is Omni Wallet.
Excellent. And Josh?
So my name is Josh Garza. I run a company called GAW. What was the question again? Like how things changed in mining and cloud mining?
How things have changed over the last few, or how things have changed over the last couple, like especially the last 3 to 4 months, because there's been a huge shift from standard home mining and mini to small farms into large farms, and now especially you guys leading the way with a lot of the move to cloud mining at a very vast scale.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. I mean, while what we do now is fun, I actually liked it back then when we had like the grid seed orbs and used to like get your hands all cut up, like and setting them up, and that was a lot of fun. We at one point we had like 2,000 of these things we were taking fans off of, and it took us
kind of like what we did today.
Yeah, it took us like 3 days to do it. So, but yeah, those were the good old days. It seemed like a long time ago, but they were only probably 6 months or so ago. But a lot's changed. I think that competition has had a way of kind of filtering companies out, and it's nice to see that there's only a handful of just kind of good companies that have treated their customers well left, and so it's I think it's great to see the industry kind of start to consolidate and get better. So yeah, I guess that's kind of what's happening. And I think ultimately the future is in cloud mining, and I think beyond just cloud mining, it's about creating an experience for users that do more than just allow them to receive a Bitcoin payout every day. So I know at our company we're working hard to do more than just how our users sit around and wait for a payment. We're very focused on the social aspect of miners. I think that's what really drives this entire industry, is the way that miners this kind of camaraderie around how they work together and help each other, support each other. And so our our system is in a kind of an attempt to capture that. So I think it's going well so far, and continue to grow it.
Excellent. And Marshall, could you tell us a little bit more about what FinalHash does? We've learned quite a bit over this last few days, and especially this week because you've been at most of the conferences.
Who's FinalHash?
Oh, okay. Yeah. If you could tell us just a little bit more and about recently some of the developments and things that you've been doing, because we've learned in bits and pieces, but many people in the audience may not know exactly what you guys do because you're so much behind the scenes, even though you're very large.
Yeah. FinalHash mostly focuses on B2B stuff. Outside of running Hashers United, we've been in the hardware game a while. We've consulted on every script chip out to date and a few coming up. But yeah, it's interesting the place we're at because we don't have to deal with some of the challenges that Josh has to deal with and Michael has to deal with, a little thing called customer support. Because I know all these guys on Hash Talk and all those guys hit him up all day. And I know most of his day is filled with that. But what we focus on mostly is since we have money transmission licenses, it allows us to do a lot of things in the consulting space. So we don't do just consulting, but beyond the hardware consultations, and we do OTC transactions. We do multiple things. The coin wallets that you guys saw back there, that's a big thing.
Provide Bitcoins to us.
But it's an interesting space to be in because, we don't have a lot of press coverage. I mean, the first time Josh and I ever talked, he said, I can't Google you. And I said, there's a reason for that. I work really hard to keep it that way.
So take his picture.
That puts us in a unique place because we're able to facilitate a lot of different things that you guys are probably aware of, but also not have to deal with the nightmare of having a large customer base like Josh does.
Actually, I have a question, and this is going to elicit different answers from different people. We have Poramin from Vertcoin, and we have Phil from Mastercoin. One of the big issues that you guys are definitely dealing with is the fact that a lot of stuff is moving to the cloud. Some of the hash rates are concentrating. How are you guys actually going to be able to adjust? I know you're changing algorithms with Vertcoin. How is Mastercoin going to be able to adjust? And on the other side, with Michael and Josh, how are you guys going to be able to adjust so that you don't accidentally, time warp a coin that comes into existence because it maybe is merge mined or is just an algorithm that one of your platforms hits? And on the back end of that, Marshall, how are you guys managing that to kind of balance the two, because you're kind of in the middle of that? Right. And would you like to start off?
Sure. So that's actually a very interesting question because a couple nights ago, Paul Vernon and my team sat down and we talked about that because, he puts a bunch of new coins on Cryptsy and all this stuff. And there are actually some coin devs there talking about 51% attacks and these kind of things. When we're consulting on new pools and stuff, there's several things we do, like a 51% check. That's just a script that runs automatically. But really it comes down to how good is the dev team on the coin. If they're really knowledgeable, the Vertcoin team, those guys are really awesome. But if the devs put in the work and really have these kind of things in mind, then you don't have to worry about something, like a clean water coin situation, those kind of things where, you just sit on a coin and your digital coin. We vetted that one about 2 months ago. We were 95% on that coin when we were helping them vet some new things that Ahmed was working on with them. And it didn't time warp once. And that's not 51%. That's a 95% we had on the coin. I think we dropped 100 gigahash script on top of it, and it held up fine. So beyond malicious intent, you have to, double check to make sure that your dev team knows what they're doing. So, there are some checks and balances that you can do when you're building a pool, but really it comes down to how dedicated is your team.
And Josh, how are you guys handling this with the massive amount of hash power that you have that does run across several algorithms to make sure that on your end, you're not causing damage to the coin ecosystems and values?
Yeah, we've got a pretty big, so we have a really big challenge with this because, our company had so much hash power that we wouldn't be able to direct it really at any coin at this point. We have, we'll say over 500,000 mega hash, and and more. So but our issue is that our customers, they want and they expect payouts though that are equivalent to smaller pools. Smaller pools can often yield a higher payout because they're taking advantage of an arbitrage or an inefficiency that exists because they're smaller. So it's really difficult for us to be able to deliver the same kinds of payouts that smaller pools can with smaller amounts of hash power when you have as massive hash power as we do. So what it ultimately ends up meaning for us is that we'll take a smaller margin on the power that we sell. Because we're more focused on customer adoption and sustainability and things like that than I guess trying to make a quick buck. So I think ultimately it means for us a smaller margin, but because we're more focused on a broader customer base. Obviously, small numbers add up over time. So, and it also polarizes us to create efficiencies with the hardware that we use, because the more efficient our hardware becomes, then the better that makes our margin as well. So, yeah, when you have a massive amount of both script and SHA power, it actually becomes more difficult to deliver the profits that customers want. Than you'd think it'd become easier, but it really isn't. Even building data centers out. I mean, we just finished a 10 megawatt data center, and it was a lot of copper. So it can be really challenging. But again, our model is a little different. We're more focused on the long term than the short term. So.
And Phil, how does Mastercoin deal with all these changes and the expanding hash power like that?
Yeah, well, what's interesting about Mastercoin and different than most of the other coins you guys know is that it's not mined. There's a fixed amount that was released during probably the original crowd sale. People sent money to Bitcoin to what was called the Exodus address, if you will, and then they were giving a certain amount of Mastercoin for doing that. And so that was a distribution model in there. So, mining is just a distribution model. It's just a way to distribute these coins over time, or just as a, sort of a one-time kind of deal that people get them all at once. So it's a little bit different than the rest of the coins like that. That said, we always are batting around really interesting discussions around thinking about, would we open up more coins? Would we take away more coins? Almost like buying back company shares of stock, if you wanted to sort of bring those back into the company like that as well. And there's other, incentive models. I see a lot of really cool work that's being done with folks doing incentivizing, giving Facebook likes, or other sort of things that make a lot of sense to give people coins to help spread the word on the marketing promotion side. Bounties around development and stuff like that too can be also distribution models that people can get behind. And it's great because you don't have to be a miner. You can just be someone that's looking to help out. You've got a big network of people to spread the word on, your developer, things along those lines. So I think when you think about mining, just remember it's a big distribution model. And how do you tap into these different ways? And there's a lot of really interesting ways people can do this without having it be the traditional mining way with machines doing it.
Excellent. And Poramin, with Vertcoin, you guys are actually, because of the soon to be released in mass script and ASICs, you guys have actually working on changing the algorithm, as you said. Could you tell us a little bit about what precipitated that? And simply with all the different hash power, because now you have companies like Genesis Mining that are actually still building out huge GPU farms to be able to deal with something like this. How are you guys going to deal with that, and kind of what precipitated it?
First of all, what we have done right now, we implementing KGW for we target difficulty every block, so that even though you have more hash, you still have the same reward. And we also know that in KGW they have vulnerability, like a time warp vulnerability, and we are working on another algorithm for change difficulty, and soon we will release that to fix KGW problem.
Excellent. And Michael, on your end, especially because you're still selling quite a bit of hardware, how has this changed the way that people are buying hardware? And as you said, you're getting some really great prices from manufacturers now, so that this can actually help some customers get an ROI, but with such great hash rates out there. Could you explain a little bit what you're seeing?
Yeah, so it's not so much as the manufacturers, or at least for the script side, there's a lot of manufacturers are not making more machines. They actually have millions of dollars of wafers that are uncut, stored in a warehouse in China, just because it's not worth it for them to cut it and put it on a PCB. And in that sense, it's all just existing inventory from, I guess, a lot of these other places. And in terms of, I guess, going back to a coin being responsible and not destroying any coins, I think a lot have to do with the difficulty algorithm, right? If there's a lot of development on that end. I mean, I'm not the expert, but if as a hardware reseller, if we sell a bunch of hashing power to one entity and they destroy a coin, that's, I mean, hopefully we're not responsible for that, but there's not much we can do to prevent it. So anyways, hope that answers your questions.
Excellent. Another little bit of way, especially all of you guys deal with helping get cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and whatnot out there. And if we could start with Phil at Mastercoin, could you tell us a little bit more about how you're working to help consumer adoption and help get the name out there and help allay some consumer fears about what's going on for people that may not know much about it?
Cool. Yeah, I think we see it from a couple different angles. I mean, our core has been building a really solid, tested, fast platform. The original platform we had, we totally rewrote over the last couple months, and it is really solid and slick. So it's more sort of attacking the problem from going at the, let's provide a really good platform and bring all the developers to it and show them how awesome it is, and then have them build stuff on top of that they want to do. And then we're able to sort of get the consumers from there. So beyond that, the consumer play is omniwallet.org. You can go there and check that out. And what that is a way to get people involved. We've been signing up tons of people through running marketing campaigns through even Google AdWords and stuff like that. We've been getting a lot of more mainstream people worldwide as well. We're getting a lot of demand from Russia and China, frankly, of people that are really interested in what we're doing and want to have this wallet set up. So that's pretty much the way we're attacking the problem is both through those, going after the developer and the consumer. And we think that having a real strong developer platform is going to be the real core to move things forward and enable other people to build on top of this. And then we can have a lot of that consumer benefit from there.
Excellent. And Josh, with Gaw Miners, especially with the new, Hashlets and Zen Cloud, this is one of your big pushes, was to make it easy, make it simple, and make it something that people feel secure doing to bring in more and more people into the ecosystem. Could you tell us a little bit about that, some of the impetus, and maybe some of the things that you've got, coming up for it?
So that's our number one focus, is on bringing new customers into the industry. I mean, that's what we wake up to do every morning. And I think we've done a good job of that. There's times that we're, critical and think that we could do a better job. This week, it was really great to meet a lot of our customers that came out, and one customer came out in particular that brought his whole family, and it was pretty amazing to see his daughter actually manages their entire account, and I think all of their accounts. So he wrote a whole story up for us on our forum to let us know just how easy it is, and that's the stuff that like when that happens, we know that we've been successful. Whenever a child quite literally can buy a hashlet and start mining online with it and choose the most profitable pool. I'm actually going to have her manage my account. So, but that's how we know that we've been successful in that. So that is our push. Our number one goal is to make it just so simple and easy, because I think a lot of folks don't realize that, while all these algorithms and coins and all, it's all great, but it really only matters if more people come in and use it. And I think not near enough companies are focused on bringing new people into the industry. It's real easy to sell to the same customer base over and over and over again. Pretty much when you have their trust, then they'll just kind of keep buying from you over and over. And so that's not the trick. The trick is how do you get someone on Facebook? How do you get a friend? My mom, she knows nothing about technology. Get them interested in it, and because when they become interested in it, they get the coin, they get the currency, they start using it, and the market cap, the entire industry grows as a whole. So that is what we're focused on, and so it's a long road ahead, and hopefully more companies will join us. But I think it's what we need to be doing.
Hey, John, is your daughter
Excellent.
looking for a job? We'll gladly pick her up to moderate our forums.
Michael, could you tell us a little bit about what you're doing to help, bring more adoption and more recognition to it?
We're kind of niche. I mean, obviously we don't have we sell hardware, and hardware in itself is sort of evolving to be a little bit more consumer friendly. Back at least from the Gritzy days where you need to source a lot of the parts. But in terms of having a cloud platform, it's still very niche, targeted towards miners. So I guess bringing in new users, well, probably not so much.
We pull his weight.
We're going to open up the floor to questions right now. And what I would like to do, raise your hands. And when I actually come up, what we'd like to hear is your name. And if you're affiliated with a business, great. Or just, let us know what's up. So who's first? Raise your hand. I saw you.
Hello. I am Mac Davis. I am affiliated with BitHouse and Crypto Niners. My question is for Vertcoin. Vertcoin is well recognized as a well-developed, well-made coin. Do you have any tips or guidance or advice on how to make a coin well?
That's actually a really good question.
All your secrets.
How to make good coin? First of all, you need to come up with good intention first. And after you have good intention, you need to have good execution. You need to have good team to do good execution. That's pretty broad recommendation. Yeah.
Okay, and here we have Ken.
My name's Ken Avellino, and I have a question for Josh. Now, maybe I missed it. I missed a lot of things. Do you have a referral program? I mean, what I've been doing lately is I've got junior high and high school students buying Zenlets. I've got physical therapists and occupational therapists buying Zenlets. I mean, I'm just like going out there and I'm selling stuff. It'd be nice if you had a referral program.
I think you owe some money.
What's that?
So we've got an affiliate program that it's actually pretty popular. I think we have a few thousand affiliates now. But so it's, you make an interesting point. So I've actually had a plan for how we would deploy a referral program for a long time. And I wanted to make it unique and different than what, it's easy to, do referrals and give a guy $10 and so I wanted to make it different. And but what was actually really interesting is that as I was at these shows, we're still as a company focusing on enhancing different features for our existing customer base, and not prioritizing our developers on things. It's almost like a referral program is like so simple and easy, and not as neat and cool as releasing some new feature. But it was actually it was inspiring to be here and listen to other customers, because sometimes some of the things that are the most simple are some of the things that we need the most. So I mean, we've obviously attacked the adoption problem from the front, which is making it really, really simple. I can swipe his credit card and be online within a minute or two. But we actually our next development cycle, we've got a whole new way that we're going to release. We want it to be better than just you refer someone, you get $10. We think that folks that bring new people into this cryptocurrency madness should be continue to be rewarded for that. That person that comes in continues to do business with that company. So we've got something pretty exciting. It's definitely not something anyone's done before, and so that'll be just another way that we'll attack that. I will say on a general level, we're working on getting hashlets into a mainstream store. So it won't be long before you'll walk into Target and see hashlets. It won't be long before you go on Walmart.com. We're working with the largest e-tailers in the country. That's our main strategy, is to actually get them into mainstream stores.
Excellent. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, we'll start over here.
I am Stan from CoinDesk, and my question is for Poramin. So you said before that you guys are working on script and ASICs. What companies are working on those, and what's the development timeline on those?
First of all, we don't have company, and we are developer that work together around the world. We have developer on UK, on Thailand, on US, and yeah, pretty much all around the world. And the time frame Vertcoin begin like on December previous year during Bitcoin price boom, and during that time we saw like a problem regarding ASIC script, and we think we can come up with another solution, which is implement script in factor. But turn out when there is, we found we call threat TMTO attack, which allow you to use processing rather than memory, and you are able to mine like SQL algorithm. And that time we come up with another algorithm, which is implement Lila. Yeah.
Stan, if I can speak on that a little bit, I guess you're wondering if and when script and ASICs are coming out. Is that kind of where you're going to? I can tell you there are some out now. They're only through private sales and only through large buys. But I think what he's doing is actually a good thing. Vertcoin guys are so dedicated to averting ASICs, it's absurd. That's all they think about. That's what they dream about. If you go around on Reddit or anything, privacy. That's all that they talk about is, don't worry, if something comes out, we're going to fork. We're going to fork. We're going to fork. These guys are the fork kings. And if anybody can do it, they can, because forking a coin is hard, so hard. But as far as when they hit the market, you're probably looking at Q1 next year.
And on that, some of us have some pre-production units and FPGAs that we're working on. So. And you're next.
Hello, Sean Wilkinson with Storage. So can you perhaps contrast and compare the market demand for physical hash power versus cloud hashing?
Do you have that directed at one particular person, or do you want everybody to answer?
Everyone, or anyone who thinks they have a good answer to that.
Well, I guess I can only really speak to the numbers that we have. So I know that we've sold multiple factors of hash power today, cloud hash power than we've ever sold physical. I guess it's hard to answer that without really disclosing how much hash power we have and making it a problem. But I think there's probably more cloud hash power that's been sold.
And that's an interesting question because, like I said, all of our stuff's B2B, and we have several very ridiculously huge clients who clearly only want physical power. But on the other hand, you have the small time people that don't want to spend $2 to $5 million on hardware. And then, it's a nice outlet for somebody to just be able to pick up and go. So last time I looked at my spreadsheet, the break even is actually towards the cloud side, because there are fewer and fewer big clients who want massive amounts of hardware. But there are way more new people entering the market now than ever. Because when you have cool interfaces, and it's more than just, like Josh said, it's more than just paying out BTC to get people interested. Miners at their core are people who love to tinker, and tinkers will always want to play with something. And if you make that interface in a cloud system that is like that, you'll keep continuing to grow that sector. That's my opinion. Michael, I think you may have something else to speak of that, on that note.
If there are people that really want to control the hashes on what coins it goes to or what pools it goes to, and it's with physical miners, you can do that much more easily. It's a different market. I think one is more broad, one is more niche. Obviously, the broader market is bigger.
I just wanted to add, there's definitely two demographics from that, if not way more than that. You've got the tinkerers that Marshall will talk about, and you've got people that are really new into cloud mining that are just getting in with the hashlets because it's so easy to do. And in general, it's probably like 3 times more expensive per hash on the cloud side from just a raw number thing. But when you do the actual math, you've got to keep that pi plate spinning the whole time if you're managing the physical device. And of course, that's gotten a lot easier over the years. In the beginning, it was always, is that blow dryer still blowing on my hands or not? kind of scenario running all night. But yeah, so I think it's just going to come down to the ease that people want to deal with. Do they want to deal with it all in the house? Do they have all the power and stuff to do that? Or do they just want the ease of just having it in the cloud that they can access it right away and maybe even exchange it? The CEX.ios of the world where you can exchange these hashes and make more of a game out of it could be fun for people too, to goof around, especially if they had like a finance trading background.
So quickly, how would you respond to people who say that cloud mining as a business model is a scam? Because essentially you can have a cloud mining company and you have the users purchase all the hardware and essentially they take on all the risks of the loss. So a lot of core developers and whatnot say as a business model, it's a little bit different in terms of shipping and having hardware.
You ever heard of something called Amazon Web Services?
Yes.
Pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, and having been in both businesses and we've dominated both, I can tell you that what we do now is much more difficult. It was way easier back in the day to drop stuff in boxes and ship them out to people. The customer base is much more broad. So here's a major way they're different. And I was actually thinking about this a few weeks ago. When we sold hardware, most people that bought hardware from us knew what they were buying. I mean, it was pretty rare that someone bought like a Thunder or a War Machine and didn't know what it was. That did happen, but for the most part, most of these guys knew what they were buying. And so the support required was X because it was relative to the knowledge that people had when they bought them. So when you're in a business like ours, the support is Y, because now you can quite literally, if their payouts off by one, our entire forum blows up and people are getting called out of bed and stuff like that. So it's just a total, Joe has to stay up all night doing payouts. I mean, it's just a totally different business. So but I think you made another point which is more of like a side point, which is beyond the difference between the two. I think there's like, why would you sell hash power if you could make more money keeping it? And I feel like that was kind of embedded into that question. And so I can't answer that as for the industry as a whole, but I can tell you from our company's perspective, we place more value on the customer base than anything else. So while we have very, very thin margins, it would almost be worth us selling at almost a break-even cost because we're more focused on the customer base as a whole. Because we can, then go and broker large deals with merchants and people like Amazon and Walmart, guys like that. Because that's what, if you really want a company like Google, let's say, interested in this industry, 10,000 customers, 20,000, doesn't excite them. They don't care about that. Hundreds of thousands, millions of customers is what excites them. So we're more focused, again, on going broad, which allows us to kind of forego some of the, revenue component of it because, again, we're kind of more in it for the long haul. So if that answers your question.
Excellent. Right now, we actually have some questions from the internet because they've been pouring right in, which is kind of cool. So this is Michael. He's going to take the mic for a couple minutes and get some of these questions for you.
Yep, we've been streaming for a while here now. It looks like we're up to quite a few people here. So first, Nikolai NC is asking directly to Gaw. Will Gaw let its customers know if and when if they're mining X11 or any other algorithms in their pools? Like some visibility to the actual algorithms.
So when is it the question more of when we're going to allow for that?
If
so we definitely have different algorithms on the horizon, but again, we have to maintain this balance between not disrupting what developers are doing because again, we wield that scale. So if we bring that scale to something like X11 or Script, I mean, it can be counterproductive. It can actually hurt the industry instead of help. So we do have those plans, but again, it's we just have to be careful of how we do it. We try to release things in a very limited way, but then when we do, then people get upset because everyone kind of wants to participate in all the same things at the same time. So there's just a lot of things to balance, but the general answer is yes. But we have to be smart and protective to the industry as a whole. That has to be first, because if the industry is not sound and strong and growing, then none of us have a business. So.
Correct. And does anybody else, Mike, want to answer that too?
We don't do, well, I mean, we all just, it's stated on our site where the hashes are, which is script and SHA. So X11, we're just a reseller. I mean, we don't take any pre-order money for any kind of other, I guess, X11 hardware. I mean, you know, we're a US company, so we don't want to take on that risk. Who knows?
Absolutely. So we got one more. Sleek, what time will the ZenCloud update arrive today? It's probably asked quite a bit.
Who's filtering these questions?
We need to vet those.
Yeah. See, it's bad when you can identify your customers by their form handles. So we've found that it's best not to say that because we tend to bring down part of the internet whenever we make updates. We actually brought Shopify down one time. Sorry about that, Maher. I never told you I'm sorry about that. So, but so it'll be sometime later this afternoon. So afternoon, our time, Vegas time.
All right, we got one more. Let's see here, and then. How will Gaw Miners, a lot of popularity here, Josh. How will Gaw Miners handle the deprecating of hashlets in general?
So that's actually a really good question because as the payouts decrease and you know, if the payouts decrease faster than the efficiency of the miner, then we got a big problem. And we actually saw that recently in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, none of us expected the price of Bitcoin to fall in half. And so it kind of gained on all of us faster than we would have liked. So so we're actually, I guess I'll say it here because we're going to be putting out a press release later today. Today will be the first day that we actually will step up and cover the cost difference of the customers that lost money on the difference between what it costs to run the miner and the profit. And we're doing that because you know, again, it's one of these things where you have to go along for the ride in both directions. So we can't, you know, only be there whenever it's a benefit. We have to be there whenever things are bad. So we're actually going to, you know, cover the cost difference on some of the payouts that have decreased until those payouts come back up again. Obviously, that's not a sustainable strategy forever. So we've got some things in mind that we're going to be doing in the future to, you know, allow folks to be able to be able to like upgrade and kind of keep with the edge of the curve. Obviously, the best thing we can do is continue to work down the price of power and maintenance and, you know, electricity. And I know we're doing a lot of work with Bitmain right now, and they're doing an excellent job in helping us with that. So we'll actually see a decrease in our maintenance costs here pretty soon. So, but yeah, in general, that's a good question, and it kind of crept on us faster than we thought. So. No more online questions.
Yeah, they were a little Gaw heavy, so we wanted to do something that everybody could answer and get back into. And if you'd please introduce yourself to everybody and ask away.
Bob Wilkins, Zifter Coin and Zifter API. I'm also a miner. I've got several GPUs and I've got ASICs, and I have many primes up in ZenCloud. Very happy with that. Thanks, Josh. Really good job. My question is really for Michael. Can you just clarify a statement you made earlier about production coming in from China? My understanding had been that we still had a high demand point of view and we're having a tough time getting product. It sounds like you're saying that that's not true and the manufacturers are not making a lot of money.
It depends on the chip you have, right? If it's a more efficient chip, then yeah, they're still producing it. But if you're talking about like a 55 nanometer chip that's not fully custom, that was made, you know, it really depends on the chip. And depending on that is when you'll do the calculation to see is the final product worth making in this market environment. And a lot of times for some of these manufacturers, it's not. But if they do have a more efficient chip, then yeah, they'll still keep making it. So hopefully that answers your question.
And actually, if I can speak on that too, it really is about. It's interesting how the transistor size of a chip really sells a chip, right? And so it's really all about the actual chip and if it's power efficient, because everybody's worried about power efficiency. So there is more demand for miners in the States than there is in China for general purposes, but there's a lot of big demand for a lot of big companies in China. So.
And we have time for one more question before we wrap it up. Lily's had her hand up here, so we'll get her.
Hi, I'm Lily. I write Pool Manager and I work with the Pimp team. My question is, look, we spend a lot of time making things really, really easy for miners on a personal level out of hardware, right? So people can, buy an ant miner or whatever from ZoomHash or whoever, Gaw until recently, and could plug it in and mine without a whole lot of knowledge. So to that end, we're both on the same page. My question is, what do you see as the future for personal miners? Obviously, some people are going to go with hashlets now and things like that because it's more convenient for them. But do you see a future for people to mine on hardware, whether they're at home or have a warehouse or whatever?
Oh, absolutely, and I guess to Michael's credit, I mean that's it's great to see that the companies need to continue to focus on getting miners into people's homes. So I definitely think there's going to continue to be a business for that, and I definitely think that you'll see that group of customers supporting coins, helping coins IPO come out of nowhere, and because those are the kind of things that we won't be able to do because we just have too much power. So I definitely think not only is that going to continue, but I think there's a big need for it to continue. So props to Michael for making sure that continues to go. So
and it's an interesting time from a hardware perspective because a lot of people have really huge, crazy loud machines that we call divorce makers. When we vet a new machine, I have to sleep on the couch. But there's some new companies really taking that to heart. Like I know Spondulis has a new SP20 that it only kicks the fan on when it needs it, and then it's a pretty big fan, so it can run slower. These kind of things to actually keep some hardware in people's houses because there is a need for it, but people hate sleeping on the couch. So.
I had 75 A2s in my house at one point. So
deafening,
and I'm barely married still.
Nice.
Jessica's a nice lady.
I think the thing to remember too about personal mining is that it just comes down to mining the right coin at the right time, right? And a lot of that is investment too. There might not be complete ROI immediately off of a coin, but you believe in the development team, you believe in some of the core mission, the principles behind it, and you invest in it. And you kind of wait and hold, maybe sell as you go up or something like that. But I think there's a lot. The people that are doing really well aren't mining Litecoin and Bitcoin per se. They're mining the alts and when they're most profitable or when they're least difficult, and then transferring into the Bitcoin and Litecoins that are more stable, or at least Litecoin was a lot more stable. But
okay, I actually have a question though. I'm curious to see what you guys think. So you guys are here. Do you think that helps make altcoins sustainable? So in other words, like if what's happening is altcoins are being mined and they're just being rotated out for Litecoins or Bitcoins. That's always a question I've had. I mean, at some point, will they continue to exist if all they are is just vehicles to then transfer to other coins?
That's an excellent question.
Let me repeat the question again. It's like, what do I think about altcoin, right? I think in the long term, you cannot have only Bitcoin and Litecoin for sure. You need to have some specific purpose coin. Like I don't know, you may have heard about curl coin, pot coin. I mean, whatever coin that have in the market right now, it needs to like serve your specific community, and that is the future of altcoin, I think.
Alrighty, we're going to wrap this up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give 30 seconds to each person, starting with Michael, and I just want you to give a statement, see what you think what the industry is going to be moving forward over the next few months, and take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it'll sort of be a tangent to the last question we had. I mean, there's all this talk about having centralized large economies of scale mining farms, but one thing you have to realize is there's overhead costs to building that out. I mean, there's a build out cost per kilowatt, and that's free in a lot of houses. It's already existing infrastructure. Is that existing capacity that's not being utilized? Is there something that you could put in there to, take advantage of that? So, with this fear of centralization and economies of scale, I guess the real question is, what's the answer? Would it be cheaper to plug it in your house, or would it be cheaper to build it out? Especially if you have free electricity at a dorm. We're not advocating, it's still electricity, but there's a lot of free capacity.
for Vertcoin, we consider, decentralized problem is the biggest problem. And what developer can do is keep out from ASICs, our miner, and maybe it's like that is what you don't want to hear. But yeah, that's what is our mission, and we need to keep it. Yeah.
I think we're going to start to see some sort of proof of machine kind of capability there. Cloud mining companies can show that they are what they say they are. They have all the equipment. They have all the gigahash that they're actually pulling off. So I think we're going to see a lot of innovation in that space. I think maybe 18 months, a couple of years from now, we'll see computing hardware solutions on there too, that you don't even have to use software, and we can have a lot of real trust in these companies where it's all serialized. Every single miner has a little chip on it that is communicating back and forth. Maybe that's a little farther off, but I think a lot of people want that. A lot of people want the trust, and I think we'll see cloud mining really blow up. I think that you'll see folks doing stuff, making it real easy on the AWSs of the world to set up your own cloud mining, kind of be your own kind of do-it-yourself guy kind of thing, or work with great companies like Gaw that can tap into these markets.
Well, cool. So I just first want to thank the panelists for being on here. It's definitely a privilege to be able to be up here with you guys. So you guys are definitely industry leaders. So I just want to give them a round of applause because these guys definitely deserve it. So and I just from our perspective, just keep demanding more from us. So keep demanding more from competitors of ours, can demand more from companies. Keep companies agile. Keep them innovating. Keep them doing more and more and better. Only invest your money to the company you think has deserved it and has worked hard for it. That'll make this industry sustain itself, because only good companies will survive.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting time coming up. I think the price dip's been fixed. But I really want to thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank Gaw as our leading partner. They really shined bright this week. We had a lot of fun. I want to thank all the panelists and all the speakers we've had. Thank you for nobody burning down the building with the soldering irons. That's great. Yeah, so this was a great week. I really appreciate everybody coming out, and I think it's really important that we keep focusing on the miners, because without the miners, we can't do confirmations. Without confirmations, we can't send anything. Absolutely. And I think I want to give a round of applause to all the miners keeping it up, because that's really the backbone of crypto, in my opinion. All right, so now we're gonna have Valton. He's gonna close it out. He's our business developer, our executive business developer, and the whole FinalHash team. And if I can get the Gaw team up here too. They were our leading partner. They really had a big hand in helping us kind of put this show together. I see all y'all sitting back there. Carlitos, come on. And also, there will be cars taking people to and from the Inspire Cafe directly after this. It's going to be a pretty fun shindig on the roof. And, Valton's going to talk about that a little bit more.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Hey, I don't want to stop this energy right now, so I want to really thank you all for coming out. Miners, we got to stick together. Thank you for the showing. You all made history. We all made history, and I love, from the words of George Papard's character, Hannibal, I love when a plan comes together. We want to thank all our attendees, people who came from parts unknown. And especially, I want to introduce you guys, because we might be nameless by now, but a big shout out to the FinalHash team. This is Justina, the glue, pulled it all together, kept us organized. Chris Morrison, you all know him. Hey, Chris is a great guy to have. He's just part of a team, a wonderful team. And we got Marshall, the golden boy of crypto. And of course, Leo, whose idea this was to put it all together. This is Leo Irick, a good man to know. I know that from the heart. All right. We want to thank our partners, our Gaw Miners, getting all the shots out. Hey, I'm gonna keep it going for them. Wonderful job. Keep things going. You're a wonderful story. Josh, thank you. Thank you, Gaw Miners. Thank you, all of our exhibitors, all of our attendees, and all of our sponsors. We made history together, okay? I want y'all to know that. Now, we're gonna open ourselves up for a little feedback, a little constructive criticism if need be. So just plan to come on back. We'll have a form out next week, so you can please fill it out. And if it helps us improve our events. We also want to let you know that there will be future events. We're announcing this soon. I want to build that up. It's going to be exciting. Miners still come in to support. If it's something just a little bit different than mining, be ready. It's still going to be fun, and we're all together. Let us not forget our closing party at the Aspire. Okay, that's a hash bash. Okay, it's for all of you. Let's party it down at least to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Okay. There's going to be a shuttle leaving from here, the Tuscany, starting at 6:30, and it will go round trip every 30 minutes to get you down to the party. Now, you're responsible for yourself after 10 o'clock because the shuttle won't be coming back anymore. All right. One other thing. All right. But just once again, from the bottom of my heart and my teammates, thank you. Thank you for coming together. I hope you all enjoyed it. I've been hearing some feedback like this is different, this was great and wonderful, and let's go on from here, okay? Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
We're at the mercy of the media.
It's like a family picture.
Smile or no smile?
Do you?
Blue steel?
Can we do a fun one?
Yeah.
Let's do a weird one.
Go. Weird. Power.
That's on the internet. Yeah. That's on the internet.
Thank you. God bless you. Good night. No, it's party time, y'all.
Robocoin knows my pocket refund. He wants a picture of the three. She's like, can we have another one? Hey, somebody wants a picture of the three. Joshy poop. Justine, it's over. It's over. It's over. Who do you want a picture by? Hey, Michael. Michael.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get there.
Dude, I put $100 in that Robocoin and they never took it. I'm gonna call Chris McCallum. Yeah, dude. It's a purple ball. It's called Good job moderating this guy a lot.
I know. I was like, dude.
Who's that?
Hold on, I gotta turn it on.
Yeah, let's get one with just us three.
Wow.
Damn,
Marshall, that's hard.
Hard. I gotta get one of you. I'm a B-boy, son. It's like. That's on the internet. Pow! Post it. Post it.
You do a gift for this like gyration.
It's just gyration.
Gyration. Gyration.
Hey, you coming tonight, right?
Gotta do it. You didn't get a chance. You didn't get a chance to type.
No, where is it?
It's in the freaking box. Hey, bro, it's typed right there. Yeah,
Don't worry, Josh, maybe give 10 minutes.
And in that bag, that's the type. Well, how much time you got 2 hours? You got 2 hours? Yeah, why don't you set it up? Hey, let him go set up the title.
Show me one quick.
Hey,
Our piece online.
334 during this panel. Nice. I like that.
Thank you to our media partner, Bits Be Trippin. Mike.
He's tripping.
Actually, I want to say bye to this for you guys. You were the place. It's back we got.
I'll be here.
That's like an impossible.
It's been frustrating with all my surgeries, but I'm glad I got to make it. Thank you so much for helping us out. It was so last minute. I've actually already got one. I don't know how to do that, but it's
It's right.
That's what I'm actually doing, because I have to say it's like all were good, but there was energy here where the other ones were kind of, they were always at that quarter level. Yeah, and it was. There was so much energy. There were so many good things. I had people that came, like a guy came over and he goes, I live not too far from here. He goes, when I read your articles, I got a ticket with 7%. He goes, thank you for doing that. And the all the pictures you guys, because I said, you're the ones that are today. I said, I've been just looking for things. Four miners. This is my home. Since I've been injured, it's like that's one of my focuses. I can't go out to the data centers anymore. I can't sit in a chair and run networks for 8-10 hours a day. So it's like this is when my whole new refocus is the writing and stuff and incorporating my mining into it. So for me and so many other people, it's been transformative. And with this being so much more energy, positive energy, and everybody excited, I can't wait for the next one. It's like I have to, it was hard. I have to figure out how to get the money for the next one. I'll try. And next time, if I get more than 5 minutes, I'll have a better moderation.
No, the moderation is great. It's great.
They caught me off guard. I was just like, Mike was like, ask him. He goes, Byzantine thing. And I'm like, and I go, you know what? I said, with the Bible, we can ask some questions if people want to. So I tried to make sure everybody was good. Oh God, this is one that I have not found anything. And the guy told me to make this nice. Nice. Yeah. You should always have your shirt. I know. Since I got hurt, I got a little bit of belly, so I'm kind of embarrassed of it. The shirt is nice, but yeah. I was actually moving logs about 2 years ago, and I'm sorry. You guys are doing great. Yeah, I was carrying some logs, and I carried a lot of them that day, like 6 8 seconds. Like this big now. I've been an athlete since I was 5, so I've done that since I was in my teens. And I carried them a couple acres across my yard in a big pile, and I didn't think much of it. But I must have, when I twisted the spray, tossed them, you know, so it's like, yeah, I broke 2 discs, cracked a vertebrae, and broke a piece of bone off another one. It's like I couldn't use my right leg, and even now I still get spasms, and there's no stop pain, so I have an implant in my own remote down here that you know, batteries, so it's like to help with that. But you know, I'm doing better. I'm not going to get much better than I am now. But I'm not giving up. Yeah, I'm not giving up. And then there's knowledge causing trouble.
I just wanted to come say hello as a kindred spirit. I haven't left construction yet. 9 to 5, Monday to Saturday, but extracurricular time, educator at the Bitcoin Association of Australia. So, how'd you find the transition from Rick's physical infrastructure to the virtual? Yeah, Leo. Yeah, I met Leo earlier in the afternoon.
Complex shower systems. Yeah.
That is cool.
How did you find the construction skills translate over to I'll be at the party, so you're wanting to have that chat.
Yeah.
So we started doing research on so we started actually mining and get some help from somebody. So the local Bitcoin group actually had a genuine group about mining. So we had a US law. Yeah, once you get built and everything, and the card doesn't take that, you can understand it. So with this guy, he worked part-time. He just did it with his part-time evenings. Yeah. Lo and behold, you know, we was next to this guy called, he says he built rigs. And I get a call, Marshall. Yeah. From there, it was like, all right, Marshall is